Przejść się po miejscach w strefie wpływów juniora i się rozejrzeć. Tyle, że dyskretnie, a nie wpadać na pełnej kurwie z ogniem i mieczem.
Ręce precz od mojego szwagra, świński ryju. Tylko ja go mogę brać, zrozumiano? Szwagier, dawaj napierdalaj z nami Nordlingów chędożonych. Dalej, Geralt, na nich!
What's up, y'all? What's up? What's up? Stream is starting right about now. And first, let's check the audio. Do we have it on? IGS Ghost is here. What's up? How you doing? How are you doing today? How's audio on Twitch? Okay, I'm good on Twitch. Okay, let me check YouTube quickly. YouTube, how are you doing? Okay, there's audio on YouTube. That's great. So I think we are good. We are locked down. How are you doing, IGS Ghost, today? I'm feeling a little bit tired physically, but you know, it's all good. How about you? And how's the weather out there where you live? Here it is kind of cloudy. It will be raining. But the last 2 days were super hot. So I think on the last stream when I said like, yeah, in Poland autumn already started, I was mistaken. Fallen leaves ain't shit. IGS Ghost says, doing good, brother. Just up late working. Okay, alright, alright. Yeah, time difference. Here it is morning. For you it is late. That's what's up. Alright. So what are we doing today? Today, I will be learning about level design. Really, because last time I was trying to put together a sequence out of all the elements that I created for the game so far, just to see if I can even build a cool sequence for like a one level centered around a couple of mechanics, but one main mechanic, which will be burning stuff down, right, or using flames, etc, etc. But I kind of realized I don't even know how to construct space, how to put a flow together, etc, etc. So I need to kind of step back a little bit before I can even come up with some sequence. I need to learn a little bit more about level design, because I don't know too much about that, and it's the first time doing it. It's like, for me at least, quite easy to come up with like ideas for like singular gameplay mechanic, implement the prototype and be like, yeah, that's awesome. But what's next? Someone has to use that in a level, right? And that's where at my day job usually level designer comes in, right? I work as a C++ programmer on the day job, so design is created by game designer. I create a prototype, level designer takes it, plays around with it, and that's how, you know, puts it to level, and then we iterate from there, right? This whole game is meant for me to learn things outside of C++ curriculum, so for example blueprints in Unreal Engine, right? And game design a little bit, and then level design. Yeah, that's kinda hard. IGS Ghost says it's not bad, the hardest part is making it feel full, lol. Yeah, that's true, or making it feel alive if it's an outdoor scene. Oh yeah, we're even talking about the next step, right? So after like a gray box prototype passes, or if you're working just on an open world survival game kind of like you, then making outdoor scenes feel alive, creating this smoke and mirrors so player will feel like, holy shit, this environment is fully breathing and living. Yeah, that is hard. That is hard. That will be the next step after, for this game that I'm working on, after I figure out level design, level art, even in a placeholder way. It's like, how can I make it seem remotely a little bit better than maybe just a plain old gray box design, but not going into a full art scene, etc. So we'll see what will happen here, but I have zero experience with level design. So the last stream I kinda fumbled around trying to create a space. Dexterovsky, hello! How are you doing? How are you doing, and what are you working on right now in your game? Haven't heard about your game, well, it seems like eternity. How is the progress? What are you working on right now? What is the struggle right now? Yeah, so on last stream I figured out, well, maybe I could come up with sequences, but my spaces, the positive, negative space and all that shit, I cannot work with this. I don't know anything about this, right? So I did some homework. I found 2 resources that I read, and I hope they will aid me today. Let me show you those resources. One is actually, it's funny, from the Epic itself. There is this page called Level Design Fundamentals. Let me share it with y'all. And I don't really know who is this Jessica Plowman, but I see the Epic logo in here. So I guess she works at Epic. Maybe she works with Fortnite. Technical writer. Yeah, she's like a person who creates the documentation and talks with the team to create the documentation, etc, etc. But it was a great post for people, you know, trying to get their hand in level design, right? So I read it all. I really recommend it. They are using like the example of like a UEFN Fortnite level and building that. Positive space, negative space, how to... Like, it basically gives you like the rundown of all the terminology connected to level design, right? Dexterovsky said, not bad, thanks for asking. And you? I took a break from this project for a while because I burned out a little. Oh, then that's great that you took a break. That's needed. But I started yesterday switching my HUD to 3D widgets. Oh, nice, nice. 3D widgets, huh? I don't think I've ever worked with those. I know that they look cool, but I don't know how fun it is to interact with them within the Unreal Engine, right? But yeah, taking a break when you burn down, always healthy shit. unless you're being paid for it, then you cannot take a break. Of course, you can take a vacation, but maybe you don't have enough free days or something. Then that's a problem. That's on, you know, employer to work out with your burner, right? Yeah, but it's great that you took a break from the project. It's great. And I wonder, you know, like what challenges are coming with the 3D widget? How do they differ from like the regular old ass 2D widget? And for me, well, I got a little bit of like sore muscle pain, because I was playing around with my, you know, with my partner and her stepson on Friday and Saturday. Lots of like physical activities, exercises, etc. with them, which is great because I don't have enough exercises in my life, and my time schedule is as such that I cannot go to gym or anything like that. So this kind of like combining together, like, you know, family time and exercises feels great, even though I'm physically beat. So, you know, that's that. And today I will be making a fool out of myself, which is my favorite thing to do on the internet, while learning the level design, right? With y'all. IGS Ghost says about, you know, the world building. I think the hardest thing for me in the start was scale. Yes, yes. Then when I started adding money to the world, I was on fire after that. Yes, I agree. When I built the first space that I was supposed to navigate to engage with the first mechanic in the game, I was like, it feels claustrophobic. My ass feels claustrophobic. Scratch all that. I need to figure out what kind of space I even want to be in. And like the perspective dictates it, like first person versus third person, your movement, where are you supposed to aim, etc, etc. Like all of that informs the scale, and I'm still not there. I'm not really sure what scale I'm supposed to be in, especially because movement in my game will be fucking weird. It seems more like you're hitting a golf ball rather than moving, but we'll see about that. Dexterovsky continues about the HUD. I don't like how my HUD looks like. 3D widgets can give you possibilities to use emissive materials and have glowing effect on your text, etc. Ah, okay, okay. Okay, yeah, that will make HUD feel way cooler and way more like engaging and fun to look at. I can see that, yeah, yeah. IGS Ghost says, I like 3D widgets myself. I play with them a little myself. That's cool. Do you have maybe like some advice about 3D widgets and stuff? For now in my game, I'm going for like HUD-less as far as I can push it, right? I know that there will be a moment where I'll be like, no, I need some HUD elements, right? But for now, at least for the prototypes, I'm trying to go HUD-less. We'll see how far I will be able to push that concept, right? IGS Ghost says, I use PCG to spawn many across my world so I can scale to him. Yes, yes, at my day job, we also work on open world game. We also have like the whole data layer filled with like manis, right? Mannequins. And you can just turn it on and off at any moment, right? And just to see like how everything works. That's like a great tip for anyone working with like open environments, etc. Use PCG or whatever tool you are using. But PCG probably is the easiest. Spam your whole landscape with that shit. And tuck it in the data layer that won't be ever included in the build and hide it, unhide it whenever you need, right? That's like awesome way to work with open environment. Yeah, so I was going through this whole page from Epic. Importance of scale, as you know, IGS Ghost, you said it. Like all of the things that they were talking about. And one of the techniques that I liked was like node-based design to even map out like what the fuck am I doing in this level, because I struggled with it last time. And I was sitting and dabbling a little bit in my notebook. Here's my terrible handwriting, right? This is the only preparation I did. I read this page and another one that I will show you in a second, and like I tried my hand at it. I don't think I got it yet, so I will be, you know, redoing it live, because I was like, okay, that's like a first iteration of such flowchart node-based mapping of what I want things to be. But I think I fucked up on the first trial because I would just engage it with that concept. So I will try to do it quickly live, and then we'll jump into the editor quickly, right? I really, really recommend this page because it's like a great 101 to this. Like for me, it was like, oh yeah, it kind of like forces me to try to create, like, establish anything for the game. And the other page, let me copy a link to it, to the chat for y'all, that I read, that was also great. And it's also like a tippy toe inside of the water, right? It's not like super in-depth, it is just for the starting. A beginner's guide to designing video game level from Mike Stout, a guy that works on Ratchet and Clank, Resistance, and Skylanders. This is a little older article, blog post, I don't even know how to call it, but the guy worked on lots of games, right, from a different genres and shit. And he also goes like what kind of preparation beforehand he does before creating a level, like general constraint, what is required from the gameplay perspective, technical perspective, art perspective, business perspective, etc, etc. And he also is using like a flowchart, right, and some rough maps about how, you know, you can work with it, connecting areas together, etc, etc, finishing the design on paper. It also gave me a lot of like insight about how I could go about this shit, right? So I really, really recommend this, those two links. And also let me paste them into the Discord so they won't be forgotten. And also maybe for anyone who's watching it later, or maybe some new faces joining in. No, I don't want to boost the server. What the hell? I wanna invite the server. Yeah, there it is. Let me quickly drop in the link for the server, Discord server. Yeah, so those are two pages that I read as a preparation and trying to get any sense of what the fuck level design even is. And let me get back to chat because I saw that you were writing good things. Dexterovsky says, I'll give you IGS Ghost a little hack, but give me a second. Dexterovsky says, you can set an editor preferences, preview meshes. Many is one of them. Then use a shortcut hold to enable preview mesh, which appears under the cursor in viewport. Ah, instead of spawning with a PCG. That's also great. I didn't know about this shit. Yeah, this is also great for like quickly, like in a level, establish like, okay, this is my scale, etc. There's one good caveat to working like spamming the manis with PCG with the open world environment is that sometimes, at least from my day job perspective, when I look at it, you have to take a look like the whole fucking swath of land, like I don't know, 2 kilometers and 2 kilometers, and you kind of want to see all of those manis everywhere because you kind of want to make sense of like going about co-op, etc. for like the whole land as a whole, right? So in that sense, it is usable, but it is a great trick that I will probably use here. Because my game is not open world. It might feature open areas, but it will be more contained, I think. So how about I will try to take what you're saying, Dexterovsky, right now. Okay, in editor preferences, let's jump into editor preference. As Dexterovsky says, let's type in preview meshes. Let's add another one, and it will be many. What the fuck? Why can't I select many in here? Many is one of them. That's weird. IGS Ghost says, I'm doing it right now as well. Lol. Yeah. So like many. I just want a skeletal mesh. Yeah, there's like a skeletal mesh. Yeah, many simple. It can let me open up that mesh. And can I just like What the fuck? Do I need to change it into like a static mesh? Most probably this array is probably only static meshes. So I need to change money to static mesh, which I'm not really sure how to do. Bake out materials, blah blah blah. Dexterowski says, you can't set money because it is a skeletal mesh. Make it a static mesh first. Then replace the default one preview mesh with the created one. Okay, okay. Skeleton. Nanite? No, I don't want nanite. You have an option, generate static mesh in skeletal mesh editor. Skeletal mesh editor. So I have to go in here, right? I'm not great with skeletal meshes, y'all. And I'm not great with animations, as you can see. Skeleton. Edit skeleton here and create asset. Pose asset. Import mesh. Make. I am blind as a motherfucker. Make static mesh. Yes. I don't care where you put it. It can be primary action in the middle, right? And name, it will be SM many scale, whatever. And it should be exported right now, right? Let me quickly get to primary action. And no, I don't have it. What the hell? What the hell? Okay, awesome. First of all, let me turn that off. Many. What in the holy mother? Okay, am I going crazy? SM many scale. Am I going crazy or what? Do I have to like cancel editing mode and then I can do it? SM many scale. Will it show up? Yes, okay. My error, and this is why I do those things, is that I had the editing mode on, and that's where making static mesh won't work. So that is an error that you can come up with. Yeah, just save it. I don't have my server, Perforce server on. That's one thing that I would love to show off, like the Perforce setup, etc. But Perforce is stupid. I mean, not stupid, but I love Perforce, but it doesn't have like stream friendly mode, and it can expose some data that I don't want exposed, like for example, like personal data or IP addresses or other things. And it's like, why don't you have a streamer mode, right? That would be awesome. So that's why I don't turn on my server, right? GitHub is better with that. Yeah, okay, so I have my many scale, right? And let me now delete that shit. And the preview didn't refresh, but maybe it's just an editor bug. IGS Ghost says, same with plastic. I don't show that off either. Yeah, like, I don't get it. Like, they should be taking into the account that today people are streaming their development, right? It's getting more and more popular as a category for streaming, right? So you kind of maybe want to promote your software, right? I mean, Perforce probably doesn't give a shit because they have a big enough market. But yeah, streamer friendly modes are something that I like. Okay, and I wonder... Preview mesh? No, it just didn't show up. Hold to enable preview mesh. Backslash. So I need to hold backslash. I never really worked with that. Cycle available preview. So like... Ah. But, oh, whoa, 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 wait a second. Like, the whole thing messed up. I can move camera around. Like, oh, okay, now I can move camera. But the funny thing is, like, it only shows up here? Why does it only show up in 0, 0 of the world? What do I have to do to move it into some other place? Like, do I need to click some actor and then I press backslash? What the? Okay, Dexterowski, you gotta explain, like, how can I just move? How did you say it? Hold to enable preview mesh, which appears under the cursor and the viewport. Okay, I have a cursor here, and it doesn't show under the cursor. Dexterowski says, lol, it should show under the cursor. Yeah, probably I have some weird bug, or maybe this is a bug in their version of the engine. Like, okay, let me select something else that maybe is small, like this guy. Oh, he has a pivot point here. Okay, will it show here? It shows on the selected. Wait, hold up. Ah, okay, so it works like I have a backslash and then I have to. No, I don't fucking get how to work with that. I can show it on these things, but it doesn't show on these things. What the? For some reason, it doesn't show on the floor. It remembers my last position of the cursor on some static mesh. But it won't show on my floor. That's fascinating. What the fuck is wrong with this floor then? It's just a regular old ass floor, a static mesh. What kind of collision it has? What? I think I know what it is. Dexterowski says, what the hell? Maybe some collision stuff. Yeah, I think it is done in such way that will only respond to spawn or things with the static collision, right? So that's why it won't show up here, because for some reason they are default set as world dynamic, which I have no fucking clue why it is like that. And if I set it to block all, it will show up. Yep. So this workflow will only work on static world static collision. But it's alright, it's perfectly reasonable assumption. Although world dynamic would probably be also great, because maybe you are like, I click on simulate, right? To simulate like some, I don't know, movement on level or something. I kind of want to place this thing on something. But whatever. IGS Ghost says, mine is acting like yours. Yeah, it's probably because, you know, of the world static object type. So yeah, that's the reason. Like, it will work in here because I changed this part of the floor into world static. It won't work here. New things, the more you know. Okay, alright. We learned something new today. A new workflow, thanks to Dexterowski, and the extents of how far you can take it, right? You need to have world static as the object type, and then you can work with that, right? Okay, so maybe let's jump quickly into paint, because I need to, let me quickly play through my flame propagation level to quickly create a reminder of what mechanics I do have in here. Let's click play. Yeah, I have a regular, like, if you shoot the red thing, the blue door open, which you can use it in that way. And then you can shoot at flaming bubble. The flame will propagate. It will open up. And I can collect my star, right? That's one of the mechanics. I have flames that are able to propagate. I have vines that are burnable. And we can once again burn the altar, so the Half-Life 3 will show up at some point. I have water bubbles that are able to put out those flames. So I can create my own way through the flaming sea, which seems like something that I will be doing. In a shape, way, or form. Right? I don't have dying or damage yet. Lexirovsky says, it seems that Epic can fuck up the simplest thing ever. Yeah, my guess is that mechanic with the backslash and the preview mesh is like probably from Unreal 1 or 2, right? And even back then probably they mostly were working with world static physics everywhere. Collision types, sorry. So they never used that much, and right now probably they even forgot that this shit exists, right? So they never updated it. That's my guess why it's working the way it's working. If I'm mistaken and it's a newly implemented mechanic, then I cannot talk anything more about that. And IGS Ghost says, oh, that altar burning is sick. Yes, they can, laughing massive. Yep. And we have the first bot today. One of those days when I will have infinite amount of free time, I will implement the bot counter in here. But for now, I just need to quickly jump into the Twitch manager and delete the boss. We got the first boss. Bot. What the fuck? And let's ban that boss. Great. It means I'm doing something great, right? If I'm get a bot every now and then. And other mechanic of transportation that I have is this funniest movement type that still needs some work. Yeah, and the mechanic that I need to properly integrate is I have this bubble spawner and I have this thing that creates wind. I need to create Niagara particles for this wind at some point. And everything that has this kind of cube connected to it, this rotator, can be rotated if I shoot at it, right? So I can rotate my wind propeller. There's a bug in there, yeah, I know. And my fire bubbles can start moving. And I can properly collect, open up myself an opportunity to collect the star, right? Now let me quickly jump in there. Yep. And yeah, that's kind of how I want to move around the world. The final game will be, I mean, I'm intending for this game to be more like a third-person game. I'm just using FPP template just to quickly prototype stuff, but I'm slowly approaching the moment where I might need to take the TPP mannequin from the newest examples, import it because it already carries a gun, and I can just move my shooting mechanics to the third person and maybe get a better gander of how to play it. But that's like the funniest mechanic that I kind of want to use as a movement because it seems unique. And yeah, and like I can utilize it in this flaming bubbles and burnable vines and the puzzle of like, hey, you need to align properly the wind propeller, right? To open your opportunity to collect the star. And in my game, most of my challenges are on 4 distances, like close, mid, far, and super far. And I can play around with that shit. Is it aligned? Yeah, it is. Right? And so these are the mechanics that I need to kind of incorporate in the level. And yeah, and try to make a sequence of it, right? I was making kind of a level last time, but I think I'm gonna delete all of it because it wasn't really that great. I was trying to come up with the space, but that was all before I read all those smart articles. 2 of them. So not that much. Lexerovsky says, why the hell Twitch do not have any filtering stuff in the AI times? I have no idea. I guess in some way, shape or form, those bots are also making money for them. So they are only probably fucking up, moderating, auto-moderating some of the bots. I don't know. Twitch is mysterious to me. Like every time I hear about some of their new decision, I'm like, I have no fucking clue why they came up with this. Why they are choosing to waste their money on that specific feature when others are maybe needed. Who the hell knows? Basically, outside of YouTube streaming, Twitch doesn't have that much of like competition, so they don't really care. I would love for competition to show up, so we would have better product in some way, either Twitch or this competition. There's like Kick, etc., but all of them, I guess, still use AWS, Amazon, right? So I remember there was a Microsoft attempt, like with Mixer, but I think that failed. Yeah, I don't know. But yes, I wish they had like some filtering for bots. Or maybe, that is also a possibility, their bot filters are only turning on for streamers that have way bigger audience. That is also a possibility. Like, you know, they don't give a fuck about super small streamers like me, and we don't have this filters on, right? That also might be a possibility, that they are prioritizing big streamers, right? Like Primogen Software on the development side of things, and I don't know, Ninja or other people. I don't know. Yeah, so first of all, what those articles basically told me to do is like, okay, levels should be centered around some kind of theme, like what it is from the game, overall game design perspective, what I want to teach the player and how I want to challenge him. What is the deal right now? And the deal for this level is that it's all about flames and burning shit or putting out flames, etc., right? So it's all about flames, right? And my assumption is maybe I shouldn't use as a shortcut for assumption. Awesome, slightly better. Yeah, my assumption is that it will be like the third or fourth-ish level in the game or area, because I'm still not sure if it will be more like open areas connected to each other or regular levels. I don't know. Ambition is like, hey, let's make it more like open areas connected to each other, so it will be using world partitioning, etc. But maybe I might be biting way more than I could chew. I don't know. We'll see. So that is an assumption. And the assumption is some of the game mechanics are already known to the player, right? So I don't need to introduce them as I tried to do the last time. Like, oh, let's maybe introduce shooting a button to open up the door. Like, that's not interesting at all. And that's not like a cool sequence, right? So it's like, let's make the assumption that this is like the third, fourth-ish level, and some of the mechanics are already known to the player, right? So like my double windows or button and a window to open it is already known, right? What else is known for the player? He already encountered bubbles and bubble spawners, right? So everything connected to like bubbles is already there. He encountered the... Did he encounter propeller? Or maybe this is... Yeah, like some of the wind windows. Some of the wind mechanics he already witnessed, right? And right now I'm thinking like, should I assume that maybe propeller is something that player... So yeah, let's say that propeller is already introduced. Not in too much of the capacity, but it is introduced. And of course, my weird ass movement, catapult shot, is also something that my player, my dear player, knows. And of course, star collecting, right? That's like the goal of collecting stars is known. Once again, I'm not sure if that will be the final goal, what motivates player to collect things, but I pretty much assume that, yeah, star collecting or collecting something via shooting at things will be the meta goal of the game, right? So these are the mechanics that are already known. And mechanics that I need to introduce is like basically burning shit and putting out flames, right? Putting out flames. And we have like flame propagation. So we have propagation. Either via vines or via regular surfaces that are not burning down, but they are able to propagate flame a little bit further. And do I have anything more connected to like flames? I don't remember right now. No, I think that's it. And I need to create a level centered around basically those three concepts. My hypothesis right now is that I will end the stream with like, I don't have enough elements to create a whole ass level that will be concentrated on the concept of flames, right? Like I might need to add more mechanics connected to flames, right? Because right now this is a trial, right? I added like lots of toys to my toy box and I'm trying to put them in the dope ass order to create a sequence, to try out for a level, to see like, do I have enough or do I need to keep adding more toys to the box, right? Yeah. So that's like the trial right now. So these are the new mechanics that I need to introduce to the player. I need to make like a couple of puzzles with them so it will be understood how it works, twist them, and then do like a final test of like, hey, let's see if you truly mastered it, right? So the flow will be like intro of the mechanic, then like the rules of free time, let's see if you understand it, right? 3 times understanding, then like a twist, introduce like some sort of a twist to it, and maybe like test it out 3 times, and then like the final, do you really like the final mastery test, right? And for every collectathon game out there, it's always great to introduce like maybe in here and here, introduce like one secret that will be hard to obtain on your first go, right? That will be awesome. Barabash is here. Hi Barabash, how are you doing? And how are your pets doing? You woke up early, huh? Barabash says, maybe make a USA simulator about shooting things and collecting barrels of oil, or just pure money. I'm quite sure that probably this game already exists. Yeah, so that's kind of like a general flow of how things should go. And now let's get maybe to what they were showing off, which is like this flowchart, right? Like I laid out what I have in my game. Let's try to make like a spatial in a super 2D form, like let's inform what should goes after what, and then we will try to build it in the level and play it. Try to set up a scale for it. The scale probably should be huge because of our catapult shot and the way I'm transporting from one place to the other. I'm thinking in this game there might be a lot of floating islands that we will be jumping from to and from, right? That's what it might be. So probably like a big ass, probably my levels will be huge. We'll see. Barabar says, I'm kinda meh. Pets are good, thanks. You're kinda meh. So a regular Polish state of mind, right? I get it. Barabar says, oh, you're right, that's Call of Duty. Duty. Fuck. I haven't played Call of Duty in ages. I have no idea what's going on in that franchise. I only know that every year they are doing it. It's like a constant. That's all I know about Call of Duty right now. Okay, so I tried to map it out like yesterday just to like do a first trial at trying to think about this way, and I immediately fucked up, so I won't be redoing what I did here because I think what I designed was terrible. And I designed it terribly because I did it for the first time, and that's how it happens when you do something for the first time. Don't trust any YouTuber, Twitch streamer, or anyone else that said, huh, I banged it out in the first time. Because they are fucking lying. They are lying for sure, right? If they banged it out on a, I don't know, like Half-Life Titanfall 2 level, and they are showing it as if it is the first time, for sure they are posing. So, I don't know, let's do something. Like, we are trying to introduce flames, so I think like the first like area should be simple. It should be like, hey, basically burn the only way to go further, right? So burn, you have, I don't even know how to write this shit. Like, you have just a regular bubble that you need to burst, and you will burn something and it will open up the only door. Barabar says, or they did it for the first time, but on stream. What do you mean? They did something for the first time on stream on the quality level of like, you know, highest quality. Yeah, the chances are that it's not happening. I mean, it might happen, but chances are low. Or maybe I'm the only guy in the world that whenever attempts something for the first time fucks up and does it in a bad way, right? Maybe. But my gut tells to me there are a lot of poses. Barabar says, I mean that they practice it off stream for a year or something like that. Ah, yeah. That's what I mean, right? That they practice for a year and then they go and they are doing something for the first time on stream. Yeah, sure. If they are clear about that, yeah, I was practicing it for a year. That's fucking perfect, right? But there are a lot of guys out there that they are more like, oh yeah, it's the first time I'm doing it ever in my life, and then YouTube has a like, yeah, then internet, if they find out, they are steamrolling to those guys. Okay, so like this is like the intro, like we are introducing like, hey, just open up the only way out of this shit, right? So it can be like a smaller space. And I think I might be running out of space in here. Baraba says they straight up lying. Yep. Posing and shit. Maybe... Yeah, because my idea, maybe like map out the place that I want to get at. I want to get into like a more open-ish area where you will have like 3 challenges of burning vines, which will guarantee you like 3 stars from far position and 3 stars from super far position, right? And all of this I want to be connected to like vines and burning, right? But I want to open up this area so you can get to like smaller sub areas. I think, I'm not really sure if that's like a great way of going around that. When there will be other challenges, right? So I want to get from intro to here, right? And this will be like a little bit more open area with free challenges like this, and maybe like some free secrets that I don't know what they will be, like free secret stars to get. But here I want to maybe test more like putting out flames. And have like free challenges more on the close range, maybe free on the mid range. Fuck it. Here I want to have, and maybe like free secrets. I probably am going way overboard with this. Like I probably won't be able to do it, but you learn by failing, right? If you watch Dragon Ball, Naruto, or any shonen, that's how you know how people are learning, right? You fuck up, you get beaten up, but you're ambitious, right? Yeah, here I want to go more about burning stuff out, but because I tested like far and super far here, so maybe adjacent to it should be more like mid and far challenges. 3 times. And free secrets, why not? Cóż szkodzi obiecać? Secrets. And here is the land when I will want to like introduce the putting out flames with twists and burning with twists, right? I'm not sure what that will be, but maybe that's the part when I'm missing mechanics or mixing or whatever. And I don't know what distances will be going here, but I know that I want like 3 of those for each one of them, and maybe like 3 super hard secrets to combine. And yeah, this is the area that I want to get into, and somehow I need to get to like intro of like how you burn something and how you put out the flame into this area, right? So maybe this is like a pure bubble and burn shit to open up the only way to somewhere. And another intro of like, hey, this is a terrible flow of event. Yeah, maybe I should go from here straight to this open area. And on the way to like putting out flames, there should be like a smaller area where there's like the intro to putting out flames, right? So that's where you will be introduced to the mechanic, right? And there will be like 1 star in here. No, the reward is that you are able to, what the, no, I don't want to counter. Yeah. So we should go through the intro to here. And the bad thing about it is that you might enter here first and you might not know. I mean, you might not know how to put out the flames. You probably will know because probably you understand the physics and everything in the real life, right? But yeah, those are the challenges here. So maybe the way through here should require you to know how to put out the flame already to get in here. So it should be blocked. But I don't like artificially blocking. Fuck it. If you ended up in here and you already figured out the mechanic, you will just plow through it in a second. So it's not a big deal. Yeah, so we will try to build something in that sense of flow of space or whatever. Super simple as intro. Like just burn a bubble and you will probably drop down to the open area. And then I will try to create puzzles for all of that shit. We'll see if it will happen. If I were a betting man, I would bet that it won't happen correctly. But we'll see. We'll see. Barabash, I asked like IGS Ghost and I asked like Dexterovsky about their projects. Are you working on your project? Have you been working lately or doing anything to it? Or what was the last thing that you worked on in there? I'm curious. Okay, so should we start with like an intro? Yeah, fuck it. Let's start with like the intro. So like, let's delete all of that shit, right? We don't need double pane windows or anything like this. What we need is... Barabash asks, what project? The game that you were working on. Sea Stars of Thieves? I don't know how to call it, but... Your project. Barabash says, I tried to migrate my project to 5.6, but I made a mistake and based it on Lyra, so everything went to shit. Oh, really? Merge conflicts, like it's not compiling or something? It's weird because they also migrated Lyra to 5.6, so it in theory should work. I wonder what kind of shit you're mentioning. Dexterovsky says, outdated API, I guess. Yeah, that's what I would go for. You can kind of download the Lyra for 5.6 and just basically open your project and where it doesn't compile, open their project and just copy all those API calls and shit, and it will be of course a pain in the ass to do that and fix all of that shit, but it will be tedious work, but it should be fixable in my opinion. Damn, that sucks that, you know, it stopped the motion for you. Okay, so like, let's create a... Once again, let's drop into like a modeling tool, and let's not make a mistake of not going in here. Sequence R&D meshes. Because when you're working with the cube grid or whatever, and you're making meshes, it always... it creates autogen folder, which I hate. The best option is current folder for me, and I can select a folder, but I wish I would have an option to like explicitly set every mesh that I will work in here, just put it in that exact folder. That's something that I would want. Barabar says, it wasn't updating Lyra plugin. I tried to do it the pain in the ass way and I couldn't make it and decided to start it again without Lyra because I'm too amateurish to use it anyway. Ah, okay, you can drop Lyra. Yeah, you don't need it for your project. There are like lots of cool things with Lyra, but yeah. Barabar says, but just didn't have the motivation to work on it lately. Ah, yeah, burned out. Yeah. Then it's good to take a pause. Okay, let's build like maybe a little bit bigger thing. Yeah, let's build like, and let's test out like, I wonder if I can, in the modeling tool, if I can already like, I can select and I can do it like this. It works weirdly, but fuck it. Yeah, because the other additional thing I would love to do is here to, first of all, set the whole collision type as world static and use complex collision as simple from the get-go, because that's a pain in the ass to constantly click through it when you're working with it, but fuck it. But thanks to the Dexterovsky tip, I can already see like what the scale of my guy is and be like, oh yeah, this is like super small. I need it way bigger. Like, maybe even let's make it like this, shall we? And now let's make scale for it. That's more like it. And I want to have like the only way forward to be through here. And there will be like a singular bubble in here, vines that will burn. The only way of going through that is here. Just not to make it more claustrophobic. Let's add this. Let's add this shape, and let's add this shape right to here. Great. I went a little bit overboard with that. I love the cube grid for like level design. This is awesome. Dexterowski says, yeah, this is what is not shown in any tutorials. To list out all the features you want in the game and consider what tools you want to use, like gas, or you do not want to use, etc, etc. Yeah, that is absolutely true. Like, I personally love gameplay ability system, but not every project needs it. And there are pros to it, especially on the multiplayer side of things, but there are also caveats to it, and it forces you into a specific workflow that might not work well with your project, right? The same with like Lyra. I treat Lyra more like as a, hey, they created like a Fortnite Junior type of project, right? That you can take a peek at if you're working with something that has something in common with Fortnite, and take a peek at some of the systems and be like, huh, so that's how they implement it. Okay, let me take the inspiration for that and do my version of that. That's how I treat Lyra, right? Not just copy and paste it. Because not every feature there is done to like shipping quality. That's the first of all. It's more like an written down idea of like, hey, that's how you could do it, right? If you are making like a super modular game with lots of game modes, multiplayer, lots of people joining in, etc, etc. Or you have like, your game have a very specific feature that Fortnite and Lyra also has, so you can take a peek at it and be like, huh, I wonder how they did it, etc, 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 right? Dexterowski says, another pro tip in Cube Grid. You can press Z to switch between corner mode, and you can make ramps. For real? Z. And what else? What is happening then? Z to turn it to complete the corner. And what? And I can just select edge, one edge and the other edge, and I can create ramps with it. Holy macaroni. That is fucking awesome. Thank you, bro. Thank you, Dexterowski. That is awesome. I want to use it like right now. Like I want to, yeah, like instead of like just extruding a giant ass wall, I can make it, I can do something like this. If I can fit it into a screen, I don't need that big detail panels. Okay. I can go like this, create it, then take Z, then take these two, and fucking legendary. Awesome. Dexterowski, I love you, man. Such an awesome tip. And I can just extrude it. Z. Oh my fucking god. That's a weird ass space, but who the fuck cares? That's awesome. Thanks for the great tip. Barabar says, but it's also important to consider what you discussed previously about the scale, but for the scale of one's skills. Barabar then continues. I think you shouldn't try to use more advanced functionalities that change the workflow of using the editor itself if I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just trying to learn basics of the editor. Adding advanced stuff only complicates everything instead of helping. Yeah, I agree. Like, there's a great deal of truth and help in learning the basic tools, right? Then once you feel like you mastered it, you can move on to another level, right? Yeah, it's kind of like, well, yes, of course, you could start learning how to drive a car by joining NASCAR races and try to do that, right? Or like some off-road racing with Jeep Wrangler, and this is your first time driving, right? Or you could just, start small, right? And master that first skill, right? That's 100% truth. I agree with you. Exerovsky says, okay, I see you are spamming the buttons. You can always increase, decrease grid size. You can set it up in the top menu play in the editor. I binded these options to bracket squares and keys like in Hammer editor. Ah, okay. There was also like, yeah, because I thought that there's like Control E and Q to change grid sizes. But you're right, yeah, I'm just spamming keys. While I could just do something like this, and then I guess I could do, let me Control E and Q. Let's see how that works. And now I can flip to Z. I can take these corners, and I can go like, oh, nice. So the tip from me is that Control E and Q are changing those, changing grid sizes, right? But you can remap it, as you said, to be more like Hammer. I guess, because we are used to the Valve workflow, it makes sense. Actually, yeah, I just thought about maybe someone should make a plugin that would just remap most of the functionalities to be kind of like shortcuts from Hammer and Source Engine, etc. That's something. Yeah, great. And now I can just go into this. Control Q into smaller mesh, kind of like I had in here, and go like this. Press E, then Control and Z, and go like this and this, and I have a weirdest space, but I have it. And yeah, I think spaces in my game will be super huge, right? It might feel great. It might not. I don't know what level art would do with this kind of block out. They will look at it and be like, what the fuck did you mean by that? Well, okay, I think we're done with that shape, at least for now. So like, accept. And do I have it in here? Yes. And can I save it? Yes. Yes, 1,000 times yes. Dexterski says, oh yeah, it changes grid size and cube grid. I forgot these two are separate things. Ah, they are separate. Ah, okay. I didn't know that there were like two separate things. Barbara says, look like Stadium or maybe some weird Tony Hawk Pro Skater level. Yeah, like I don't know what I mean with it really. I'm just basically trying not to make it like walls and create only one point of exit out of it. Maybe I should make it like a box or something. Because now you can exit from here by other means, but why would you? I'm not sure. Like I said, it's just my first time with like proper level design, or second if we are taking the second half of the last stream. So technically it is my second attempt. Let's see how it feels actually when I click. It feels like I'm falling because of it annoys the fuck out of me. I need to open this up. Then I need to go here, use complex collision as simple, fuck it, and press play, and now I can play on this level. Yeah, if I could, you know, do like more modeling a little bit to close out those things, yeah, then, you know, it will serve its purpose. But for now, I'm leaving it at that. Nexterovsky says, Barabash, oh yeah, I installed Tony Hawk American Wasteland recently to play some multiplayer. I forgot how genius this game was. And then Nexterovsky says to me, Other also, you must change default collision settings in Cube Grid to not change it every time. I have that option? Oh, please, 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 please. Please, yes, yes. How the hell I can change it? Cube Grid. New mesh settings. But which one of these? I want to treat complex. I want to use complex as simple. Wait, I can do it differently. Ha! I just figured something out. I can do editor preferences. And I guess it is in not editor preferences. Fuck, what I'm clicking. Project settings. And collision. And what the hell? Where were you setting like the what was the name of the setting? Fuck it, collision setup. Yes, enable collision, modeling tools, collision mode. Use complex collision as simple. That's what I wanted to click. Use complex collision as simple. Wow, you're right, Dexterovsky. You're helping me so much today, thank you. And default for the project. And now if I create suddenly like a completely new mesh, I don't know, like let's take this and this will be like a new mesh, right? I guess. No, it's actually the addition of this. Okay. Let me edit it again and let me delete this. Accept. And maybe like let's click somewhere else. Click cube grid, blah blah blah. Some weirdest shape. I don't know. Whatever. It should be like a different mesh. And it should have use complex collision as simples. Thank you, Dexterovsky. You just saved me a lot of time. First of all, I completely forgot about the setting in the project settings, but I didn't know, and that's what you pointed me towards, that I could change those settings here. That's awesome. Thank you, Dexterovsky. Thank you, Dexterovsky. Okay, so I don't need this mesh anymore. No, 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 no. That's not the one I wanted to cancel. That's the one I wanted to cancel. Let's save that, and let's not touch that. Can't touch this. Beep, 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 beep. Okay. Dexterovsky says, be careful, you're editing existing asset. It says in the red label. Okay, you figured it out. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So. Yeah, it's simple. I should just add those vines and work with them, right? So let's get into here. No, primary action blueprints. Vines, vine spline. Yeah, and fuck. Also, my assumption is that I would be using it is like the third or fourth-ish level in the game. So player already encountered vines in the game, but he wasn't burning them. It was more like they were used in platforming section or whatever, right? So like, let's maybe make it scale it a little bit. Oh, no, I don't like the way it's scaled. that way. Yeah. And let's just work on that. Just for the visual flair, I should make him like super big. But that might be in a later part. And let's just copy them. Quickly, while I read the chat from y'all. Barabash says to Dexterovsky, oh boy, that's some old school. I never played that one. Is it holding up today? Doesn't the graphic make you sick? Dexterovsky says Barabash. Dexterovsky answers to Barabash. I think it is in good condition, especially if you are playing the Retold, which is modded version. You can use an instance. Use for instance Unlock Pro Skater 4 UI instead of the American Wasteland ones. Graphics still looks good. I wonder if they will do a remake of American Wasteland. They did like 1, 2, 3, and 4, right? So I do wonder if they will do that. Okay, and we need only one bubble. Fire related. No, this is just a flame, and I need bubble, and I need my fire bubble. And that is the question. Will I be resizing bubble sizes ever, or am I keeping it consistent and it is that size? For now, let's keep it consistent, right? So the player will be starting. He'll be like, what the fuck is this level? Oh shit, I have nowhere to go, right? Here's like the only interesting place to do it. I know bubbles, let me shoot at it. I still have some visual bug that half of the vine is not burning properly, and oh shit, I got the whole fucking level down below, right? So yeah, let's start building that whole level. And maybe let's categorize all of that in the folder so it will be easier to manage the whole sections, right? So it's like this whole mesh, this, this, and this, along with the player start, and put it in the folder. What? It's been so long since I ever worked in that way that I forgot how you put things in a folder. Move to a folder. Yeah, create new folder. Level intro. And I cannot type for shit. Level intro. Dexterovsky says, yeah, these remasters sucks and costs millions of dollars. Oh, did you play the 1+2 or 3+4 remaster? Why do they suck? I saw a lot of praise for them, but I haven't played them. I think I got 3+4 to Game Pass on my Xbox, but that's kind of fucking it, right? I never played it. It's waiting. So I do wonder what you didn't like about those new remasters. What should I be wary of? Alright, and now let me take the whole level intro. Oh, I thought that maybe I could just take it as a whole folder and start moving. Can I do it like edit? No, I cannot. Yeah, I kind of just want to take everything that is in the folder, select it, select all descendants. Right, great. And I can just like move it up. Because here we'll be making a completely brand new world. Or should I say level. Dexerovsky says, no, I didn't play. I watched some videos and 3+4 misses a lot of content from the OG ones. They cut content? Why? I heard that the 4 has been transformed to be more like run-based instead of like being semi-open as it was, if I remember correctly. But they cut out also the content for free? Is it the same case for 1 and 2, that they cut out the content? I don't like that. I loved all those weird ass missions in this game. Okay, so if we take a look at our beautiful graph that we had before, we did this part. Now we need to go into the open part. And I have no fucking clue what to do in here, right? Should I just devise it as a one big plane that you can just jump around? Or lots of smaller kinda islands? I have no idea. And I'm wondering about this channel thing. Does it have... Yes, it has static collision, so I can't place scale. Yeah, boy. Okay, so now let's use the cube grid once again. Oh, I'm editing existing asset, so I don't want that. Creating new asset, thank you. Like, I need a huge space, way bigger than this whole thing. So just looking from that position, how should I go about this thing? Damn, that's not that easy to figure out for the first time. I should probably drop onto, like, of course, like some kind of plane. And in what way do I want to have my open area? Do I want it to be more like a collection of like a smaller islands that I have to jump between with usage of catapult shot, or I want this to be just a plane? Let's try like collection of flying islands first, shall we? So yeah, I can just do like a one, like an island, right? And can I extrude downwards? That's the question. That's the interesting question. Like, can I just go like this and start extruding downwards? No. I can just go like this, so I can construct like a small funny island and control. Another tip: if you have something selected and you will hold, what the fuck did I hold to push here? Control, you can just start dragging it, like manually excluding it, to create like a weird shape. Yeah, that is like my floating island or whatever. That looks ugly as hell, but whatever. Who cares, right? This is like my first floating island. Accept. And let's try to duplicate a couple of those. Barabash asks about the Tony Hawk's Pro Skater Remasters content. What content? Music, levels, skaters? Even before knowing answer, I suspect it's because of fucking copyrights. Oh yeah, music is probably done for. Like, probably they didn't get the music that was there, which sucks because I love the Tony Hawk Pro Skater music. But I'm guessing that that's the first thing to go. Barabash asks, Ado, do you want the level to be exploitable by player? Because with your catapult shot, it will be very exploitable if not limited. Yeah, probably. I have nothing against exploits. You want to go Mario Odyssey way, or maybe old school Zelda with separate rooms for each star? Unclear right now. I feel like I have to build one and the other and play around with it. Probably work and tune and maybe add some stuff to my catapult shot before I'll be able to answer that shit. But yeah, I have nothing against exploiting. I might set up a puzzle in one way, but if someone finds like a weird way of that I haven't thought of finishing this puzzle, then sure. And yeah, my catapult shot might encourage exploitation, and I'm okay with it when it comes to exploring and shit. I was even thinking that maybe, you know, like hiding stars in such a way would require like really hardcore usage of catapult shot, so it might feel, so the player might feel like he is exploiting the game while it is like actually something that I really encourage, right? So I'm leaning towards that. And I haven't finished Mario Odyssey and I don't really remember that much from it. But I watched the Video Game Donkey videos and I saw sorry, I saw how you can exploit this game, and I think this is awesome. It looked awesome, it feels fun. So yeah, I'm all about that. I don't want to be like, hey, this is the only way to solve that puzzle. And if you are not thinking like I am thinking that you are dumb, you're not getting that star, like, nah, fuck it. If you figure out even way better way to collect a star, then go for it. That, I think that will be the goal here. We'll see how far I can push. Of course, for the shippable game, I would have to like pay for QA, so they will find the exploits that, for example, are maybe not fun. They might be fun deleting, and then I will be going about that way, but you know. What about limiting the catapult shot itself? For example, it's only available in one place, or player need to collect ammo for it. I thought about limiting, and I thought, for example, to have the catapult shot will be always available, but probably additional abilities connected to catapult shot will be limited. And I don't want to have any ammunition in the game at all. Infinite ammo, infinite catapult shot. So when it comes to amount of shots that you can have with catapult, infinite. The range for catapult for sure will be limited, and I understand, yes, this limitation says a lot about how I should construct the movement for the level, or should I say, how should I construct the level for the movement, right? So yeah, I am aware that I will need to come back to the catapult shot because it will be major force driving how spaces are far apart, right? Puzzle spaces are far apart, and how are you navigating around them? Yes, that for sure. And those additional things that I'm thinking of that I might be adding to catapult shot, they will be kind of limited. And the range of it. But I don't want to create ammo or collecting ammo yet. I might be proven wrong. Maybe I should, you know, have ammo. For now, I don't want to have it. And Dexterovsky sent on Discord his setup for watching the stream. That's cute. Can I show it off to people? That's cute. You have a cute cat. What's the name of a cat? And damn, you have an awesome setup. Nice. Barabash. Okay, so one more question. All the shot types are available from the start, or maybe you want to do many progression on the level. For example, you can only start with 1 or 2, then when you collect a star, etc, etc, you gain another power. Yeah, progression is something... That's the deal with progression. The hardest part, in my opinion, with the game is to figure out like the basic bones of it. And once you have those basic bones, those toys in the toy box and ways of creating sequences, and you try like with couple of levels of how you do sequences, then adding progression to basically any game and adding roguelite elements to it, in my opinion, are way easier than figuring out the building blocks of a game, especially if you have a weird ass game like I'm doing, which has really no frame of reference, in my opinion. But yeah, I will not be surprised if I end up with some sort of progression that you're collecting stars, then you're exchanging those stars for some power, etc, etc. Like, yeah, there will be probably a progression that when you start a game, you have only a regular shot and a catapult shot, and then you're adding other shoot types and additional abilities to your catapult shot, etc, etc. For sure that will play a part. But right now, I'm constructing a level as a test to see how many building blocks towards the flame mechanics in the game I need to add more to have like a full toy box. I'm not sure if I'm explaining it correctly, but that's kind of a challenge right now. This level for sure will go straight into trash. It's not a game, it's not a level that will go into shipping. The only reason for constructing this tool is for me to learn a little bit more about level design and to see how many more elements to the toy box I need to add in order to have even a full palette of tools to create a level with. Dexterovsky says, yeah, sure, cat's name is Remus. Ah, Remus, nice. The most annoying cat in the house. Oh, so you have multiple. How many cats do you have? Damn, Barabash, you also have a lot of animals. Damn, nice, I envy you. I'm unfortunately allergic to all the animals, which sucks because I love the animals, so yeah. But, you know, there are things to deal with that, and maybe in the future I will get an animal or something. I would love to. And let's show Remus, the cat of Dexterovsky. Can I... Oh, there was a way like... copy link to image. Yes, this will be easier to show off in that way. Yeah, that's Remus from Dexterovsky and his awesome setup. We can see the rider, we can see the stream. I'm also using Opera GX, yay! And the Discord. Nice setup. Nice setup. I don't have a setup in my house yet to show off. I will be vacating this flat that I'm renting in like January, and that's when I will be building setup in a new place. Fingers crossed. Dexterovsky says 4 cats and 1 dog. And then Barabar says only 2 right now, cats, but the cat is very annoying. And Dexterovsky says I am allergic too. Oh, so how are you dealing with it? Are you taking the medicine for it every day, or are you going for, and I don't know how this procedure is named in English, but allergy therapy, I guess? How are you doing it? Like, I'm really, you know, curious, because me and my partner, we were talking about a cat or a dog or something like this, especially as it would help, you know, my parents' kid, the stepson of mine, you know. We are talking about that shit. So I'm really curious about that. Dexterovsky says, high five! Overall, I have 5 cats and 1 dog, but 4 cats are not living with me right now. Damn, nice, nice. Yeah, but I wanted to say, all those questions that Barabash asked are super valid. And if this wasn't like a game that I'm just doing on stream, but we're sitting down doing a business, those questions that Barabash asked should have answers first before you would even sit down to level design, right? Right now, I'm doing some levels and level design as a tool to answer some of the questions that I want to know about the amount of toys that I have in my toy box, but that's not like a regular way of working with game, right? Those answers should be there before any level designer would sit down to a level, right? So all those questions that Barabash asked are super important, right? Because I'm discovering what game I'm making through experimentation, lots of experimentation, right, on the fly, which is not a money-friendly way of making a game, I would say. Okay, so I have like this island that I would be scaling up and down, right? Let's exit the modeling mode. Let's do it that way. And actually, yeah, one day I need to create or download, because I think it already exists, like this measurement texture. But for now, we're not dealing with exact measurements because catapult shot is underdeveloped. We are just using the level to measure if I can create sequences, cool sequences of gameplay, or should I add more toys to the box? Because I could always add more toys to the box. I can do it ad infinitum. But there has to be a stopping point of it. Like, okay, I have enough, I'm able to build the level with. I'm not a game designer and a level designer on the day job, so I have no intuition about that. And that's how I'm creating my intuition. Attempting at the level, being like, nope, not yet. Going back to the drawing board. Creating toys. Getting back to the level, not enough. And until I hit the point where I'll be like, okay, now I can actually build a full-fledged level, right? That's kind of the idea here. Barabash says, Ado, I think your allergy is too severe, at least from what you've said. Yeah, for dogs, it is too severe. Even if I take a pill, it doesn't do a good enough job. But with cats, I'm better. I've been at Francis' house that had 1 or 2 cats, and I'd taken a pill, and it felt like as if I'm not having any allergies. But I'm not sure what might be the side effect of prolonged, constantly pill taking, right? Especially as I already have to take some medicines for my health on day-to-day basis. So already I'm strained a little bit, and I have to take them. So I'm not sure if adding another one, what will be the consequence of it. Like, yeah, there's like the whole research to be had on my part. Dexterowski says, I was getting the allergic therapy for 11 years when I was young. It didn't help much, but when I started living with cats, I was getting more immune to it. Huh, that's interesting. I am taking medicines only when the allergy becomes very badly, which is rarely. Okay, okay. I'm not sure about Dexterovsky, but I also have allergy for cats and dogs, but it isn't very severe, and you can build up tolerance for allergy when you're exposing yourself to it. That's true. And Barabash continues to Dexterovsky. I also did the allergic therapy when I was young, and it was a waste of time and money. Dexterovsky confirms. Yeah, me and my partner were talking about, should I go on that journey, and I looked that it's like 5 to 10 years to even start seeing effects, and it takes a lot of money, and I was like, I'm not sure if I should go for it. And your testimonies are adding more to the pile of like, fuck that. Exposure and pills, and we'll see how that will go, right? If we will, you know, go for that, right? Because there are lots of things to consider on a life take on the animal. You shouldn't take the animal, be like, yeah, fuck it, let's take it, and then realize, oh shit, I'm not fit for animals, etc. And you know, I don't know what to do with that, right? It's a life you're taking care of, right? So we have to do it in a responsible way. Dexterovsky says, allergy therapy is nothing else than just building the tolerance for allergy. Yeah. That's exactly the same. It's just, it's being done in a different way than just having a cat, right? Yeah, lots of things to consider about that. Okay, let's like maybe start moving around those islands. Copying those islands and start moving them around. Let's drop like a couple of those and let's create this sense of anything. Right now we are not building in such way so it will be cool to transport around them because catapult shot is underdeveloped. It's more like, okay, let's just have a general sense of space, and maybe I will do like an HDR sphere in here, so we will look at something different than this, or maybe not, I don't know. Yeah, and the idea is that I'm supposed to jump from here to here to here to here and have, like, as I draw here, like the challenges of collecting the stars. a far distance and super far distance. And we should also be able to jump to like this kind of deal. The putting out flames puzzles. More burning puzzles, but from the mid and far distances, and like twists on burning and putting out flames with I don't know what kind of distance. Probably all of this will go to trash because I will play it and be like, oh shit, that doesn't play very well. Yeah, so let's at first see like jumping around this shit. Like, does it feel great? And let me just... Yeah, maybe let's have a first play in that way. And now I'm dropping like it's hot. That's a huge drop, but actually... What the hell happened in here? I must have fucked up. I probably had some... where is it? Where the fuck are you? Yeah. I put it in a bad place. So like... Move. Fix up redirectories. Update redirectory references. Yep. And now I have it here. And I messed up settings on this. I didn't mess up settings. Doesn't have... Did I somehow generated it without collision? What the hell? No, it has complex collision, so... And I have a project default of... Collision. Collision mode project default. Default shape complexity. Default. Oh my god. Default. I cannot type. Default. Shape. Use complex collision as simple. Another setting that I forgot to click through. And now it should be working, right? I should go like play from here, and I am here. Great. Barabbas says, Ado, I can borrow my cat if you want to try it out. I would have to ask my partner first. And I would have to ask you how it is with kids. We would have to talk a little bit about that. Yeah, because the thing is, kid might get used to that cat and we will take it away. It might pose some problems. Like, it is like a serious talk to be had. Barabar says, so maybe after reaching an island it will become limited in some way and you need to solve the puzzle to unlock the island and move on to another. Kinda make Breath of the Wild shrine. Yeah, that is one option of doing it. Sion is here. Hello there. Hello there. We have someone who works as a level designer with us. Hello, Sion. How are you doing? How are you doing? How is your family doing? How are you feeling? What's up? What's up is I'm making an ass of myself trying to play a designer a little bit, level designer. And the funny bit is I cannot see. Okay, the first thing I see a problem with is that those islands are so big and far away that I can only see one. I have to really approach the edges of it to see all of them. So I have to resize this island to be way smaller. General Sion, yeah! Sion's doing fine. And you? Yeah, I'm also doing fine. A little bit sore muscles from playing with a kid 2 days in a row, but happy to get some training. That way, at least. And how are you doing? Tell me, Sion, what was the hardest part of learning level design when you were starting out? Like apart from like, I don't know, editor problems, etc. Like from just like a conceptual standpoint, like what was the biggest hurdle for you to overcome? Am I even able to reach it? I'm not. We missed that. But thanks to the way I hacked the prototype, I kind of have auto checkpoint, right? I love looking at the way of, you know, flying. Yeah, that's one of the reasons, like, you should have measurements set up front. Which I don't have, because I didn't work on catapult. I'm not even sure what the range of it is, but, you know, we'll just do it like that. Make it a little bit closer. And let's resize, scale this shit, whoa, a little bit like this. So we could see those islands a little bit more. And let's align it correctly. Yeah. And let's play from here, right? Sion answers, I think to learn philosophy of level design towards player expectations. Huh. Philosophy of level design towards player expectations. So, like, you mean things like, okay, these kind of shapes and the way the level is put creates these kind of player expectations or something like that? Huh? Yeah, I think this island still might be a little bit too big. Yeah, but probably, yeah, to be realistic, I would probably place like some landmarking things so you could see here. Like, for example, I don't know, like I would put like a big ass cone in here and scale it way the fuck up, like to, I don't know, like 50. Yeah, and put it like in here to indicate that, hey, there is like something, and the same way for like this thing, right? So you could see something. You won't see the full island, but you will see that, hey, there is something of interest in here, right? So like some marking point for that shit, right? And then I would like click play from here, and I'll be like, oh shit, what are those weird ass things? Oh shit, those are these. So let me teleport there, and let me fail. And yeah, I need to work on that fucking thing. So one of the lessons to be had here is like, maybe I need to work on catapult shot a little bit more. That's for sure. Let's pull those things a little bit closer. Or maybe I should add like smaller islands to this shit. I don't know. Now I can walk around those set pieces, actually. And I don't think the islands should... Barabash asks, can you add an indicator to catapult shot when player will reach a playable area or not? This already exists, but it's underdeveloped, you know? Like, it only has a certain range, and I forget why. There's like a bug that after some range it doesn't work that well. So yeah, I have to just make it, you know, less buggy, I would say. But yeah, it already exists, right? Yeah, another thing I think I need to have is those islands probably shouldn't be flat. They probably should have like some kind of different shape to it, but you know, we will take care of it a little bit later. Now let's maybe try to place those, as I said, probably through burning this shit you'll already learn that, hey, There are things to be collected. Maybe I should place like a star, like immediately in a close distance, 1 star. In a super close distance, 1 star that is obscured by vines, and you can immediately collect it. Sion explains what he meant by saying the hardest was to learn the philosophy of level design towards player expectation. And Sion says, meaning what you as a level designer want to show the player, what you want him to achieve and how to do it. For instance, how to lure player or hint him where to go. Showing a reward, obstacle to it before it, and how to overcome it. Oh yes, okay, now I understand it, and I think that's what I'm struggling with here. With it right, that's what I'm struggling with right now. Like, I don't fully understand how to do this shit. Like, I have some space, I will add some elements to collect in here, but how will I indicate that, hey, this star is behind those vines? I'm not sure. Probably I will need to add some like Niagara particles to it so it will be seen, maybe some sound or whatever. But yeah, like, what you're saying is exactly what I'm struggling right now, as it is the first time that I'm doing it, right? So yeah, let's add our star. Blueprints, BP star target. Yeah, so I'm thinking like the first star even will be like right here. So you will be able to reiterate like, yeah, you need to burn shit in this level to, you know, go forward with it. And now vines. Let's add some vines to it. And I need to make a cage for it. Kind of like a cage. Yeah, it can be of that scale. I don't mind. Oh, that spline point needs to be like a little bit more like this. Yeah, like a small cage for it. I think I already constructed it. And if I make it a closed loop, will everything fuck up or only some things will fuck up? Let's test it out. I haven't worked on those vines in the longest time. So, closed loop. It won't close the mesh up. Okay. So fuck it. We won't be closing the loop then. What the hell is going on when I rotate it like this? Okay, fuck it. Yeah, it will be something like this. And let's quickly like copy it. Maybe I should like construct something like this as a blueprint, like a cage that I will be just resizing and that's it. And it will contain like a couple of spline loops and that's it. Yeah, I should turn this into a blueprint, which I can actually turn into like a packed blueprint or whatever in like a second, right? And put it like right here. Of course, the problem is you don't fucking see that this is a star. So that kind of sucks, because how can you tell that, hey, you should burn this? That's exactly what Sion was saying. Like, how can I show this reward while blocking it? I can have like a glass screen that you cannot penetrate. Yeah, I should have like glass in here, like a glass window in here, so you will see that, hey, there's a star in here, but you cannot get to it, you need to burn shit. Right? And that will probably teach a player that, hey, if you see like this pile of poop in here, then what looks like a pile of poop, then you'll be able to like achieve something, right? Yeah, I don't want to do like a full close-up, so yeah, I will need to figure out the blueprint for that. So maybe I should start listing things that probably should be added to the toy box so I can create a sequence. So let's start listing that, shall we? And like to add to toy box, vine cage with glass and a regular vine cage, some particles flying around star, so we could guess that star is in some place. I'm not sure how to achieve that yet, but yeah, that's like a big thing. Like, I want player to burn the shit so we can access the star, but how the player can know there is a star? Like, we need some glass in here. So yeah, let's put all that thing aside a little bit, because I don't want to have like a giant arrow with the mark star is here and there. I want to teach the player this mechanic in a natural way, which is exactly what Sion, level designer here, said. That's one of the hardest things, like to properly signal those things to the player. Which I guess I'm fucking up on right now. First of all, let's put it like in here, and maybe let's pack this shit into an actor. I forgot how you do this. I'll be honest. Edit, visibility, pivot, no, group, attach to, data layer, level, create a packed level actor. Or a level instance. It can be level instance for now, I don't care. New level instance. Save it as vine cage. Yeah, whatever, it can be a level instance for now. Couldn't care less. But could I like scale it and everything will scale with it? Yep. Okay, so it will be like this thingy. And now let me create like a glass, like a cage, but with a glass pane. I'm not sure if this is a good way. I'm probably fucking up. But without trying, it will be harder to understand. No. Okay. So like, and I might need a quick break in a second. But let's construct this thing first. I want to have something like this. Let's build like a wall in here, right? Let's put it like in here so it will like completely obstruct. Okay. Now let's take all these things and put it like right here. Let's take all these things here. Let's rotate them 90 degrees and cross place them properly. And yeah, and let's take these things and build the floor. Yeah, it doesn't look exciting, but this is the nature of placeholders, right? They're supposed to look ugly, and if they are fun, even when they are buttfuck ugly, it means you're on the money. If you add all the proper, you know, bells and whistles to it, it means you probably will get it, right? So I remember I had some glass. Let me like open the shooting range, because I remember I had some glass. Yeah, like I have some glass in here. Well, it was like M statue glass. Okay. So let me get back to the sequence R&D. Let's just place like your old ass box. Or cube, should I say. Make it maybe a little bit less. Make it taller, right? And yep, I think we might have that. And glass. Oh my god. And statue glass. Doesn't have like a... Yeah, it does have. That's not what I wanted. MI statue glass blank. No. What the fuck is this? Statue panner poles. I just want to have fuck it. M statue. I know it is not a statue. It's not a Will it be okay? Yeah, maybe it will be okay. It's not a instance material, but fuck it. I'm just right now kind of freestyling. Sun Kakarot TV is here. Yo, how it's going? It's going great. I'm learning a lot right now about level design. How are you doing? How are you doing? What is the weather out there? At your place? Yeah, right now I'm learning level design a little bit, and also I'm trying to answer the question like, do I have enough mechanics to create like sequences of things or not for the game that I'm working on. We'll see. And I also need one vine that will be like yeah, let's rotate it so it will be immediately understood that, hey, you need to burn this shit. Yeah. No. That's not what I wanted. I'm not sure if it will be understood to the player. So I might require the player to do it like 3 times or something. I'm not sure. Sun Kakarot TV. That's awesome. I'm good. I'm a gamer with 0 knowledge, lol. Ha, no problem, mate. No problem. I have 0 knowledge about level design as well. What kind of games do you enjoy playing the most? Are you like connected to one genre or something? Or couple of genres? And speaking of Kakarot, I'm not sure if it is in my terrible resolution scene here, but I have a Kakarot mug. And the Super Saiyan version on the other side of things. Hell yeah, spam Goku emoji in here. Marvel Rivals and Elden Ring. Oh, nice, nice. Yeah, I wish I had more time to get back to Marvel Rivals and play with Barabbas that is here in chat, but my time budget is super low, so unfortunately I'm unable to. But yeah, awesome games. Awesome games. Awesome games. Okay, let's try. Of course, yeah, I need to place my fire bubble in here. Oh my god, I misclicked. Okay, I might as well try like the proper version of going about things, and we're dropping in here. Actually, I can speed it up. I can speed up my fall. That's something. That was interesting. Barabas says about Marvel Rivals. For a Polish person that doesn't have English as native, the name Marvel Rivals is hard to pronounce. Barabas says they will probably add Deadpool soon, so you'll be forced to return to it. Oh yeah, Deadpool I gotta check out. I wonder what kind of gameplay will he have and how it will differ from Blade. Because I saw that Blade also is coming, right? And they both use guns and swords, etc. Sun Kakarot TV says, I wanted to find someone to look up to or ask questions about computer. You can ask questions about computers in here for sure. Drop a question. We will try to answer you. Blade is already there. Okay, so it got premiered. It shows how, you know, how long time ago I played. I last time played when Emma Frost was added to the game, I guess. Sound Kakarot TV says, oh yes, I had zero Marvel lore knowledge now. I know a good bit now. Okay, okay. It's also a great way, like I'm thinking, like, to get people into the Marvel comic book universe, because what happens in the game is more closer to the comic books than the movies, so yeah. So who's your, like, main in Marvel Rivals? Now we can open it up. Yeah, the glass pane will stay, but you know what would be awesome? If everything burns, that the glass also shatters and goes down. That would be awesome to add. I need to write it down. And one cage with glass. Make glass break and drop down on physics when cage gets burned to crisp and disappears. Vine cage with glass. Yeah, that will be awesome. Yeah, like at first I wasn't convinced for this kind of element to the game. I thought, yeah, I think it sucks to have like a glass in it, but right now I'm thinking like it will be awesome when I shoot at it and it will break apart and the visual effect will be there. So I think I will develop this toy for sure. San Kakarot asks, how did you get into coding? I want to start, just don't know what to aim for. For me, coding, well, I kind of had it at university because I chose technical university after high school. Because in Poland, where I live, we don't have colleges. Right after high school, man can go to university. But in general, we started with the C language and C++. And that kind of got me into like, hey, I wonder how computers are working. I wonder what else I could do with the code. So I started with those languages. I was basically asking myself questions like how things are working. But also a lot of people are starting with like more higher level scripts. Because they want to see how, you know, you can script something and make it work with the computer. But I won't lie to you, my main way into coding and why I was interested in it was because I kind of always secretly wanted to make video games. And I knew that coders are the guys that are working on video games. So I was curious about how game engines works and how anything works. So I was Googling a lot of answers about like engines. I started, I think, with Unity and scripting when it comes to like video game coding, etc., etc. So yeah, that was my way into this stuff. trying to learn a little bit about an engine, and even though I work with Unreal Engine in here, I wouldn't recommend it as your first go if you never coded and you're trying to get into it, right? I think I would start with something simpler. Godot or Unity might be a good way of doing it, but also maybe just starting with like language. Pick a language, I don't know, C, C++, Python, and try to, you know, like learn basics of it. Just to get your footing around if this is something that interests you, right? That's how I would go about. Like pick one of languages, either low level or high level, and try to do something. Barabar says, oh boy, I don't think it's the best time to get into coding looking at how AI is progressing. Well, I kind of disagree. It depends. If anything, I would say AI will be much of a help to programmer. And actually, for San Kakarot TV here, AI might be a great companion to learning, because the best way of learning, in my opinion, is to have a mentor, but not everyone has an access to a mentor, right? But sitting down with like an idea, okay, I want to try to learn a little bit about Python or C or C++, but I don't know where to start with. Like, let me, you know, try to go to like maybe like first tutorial or something, and let me open up like ChatGPT, Gemini, or Claude, or what have you, and just ask it questions. It might be a great way of learning, right? Of course, you should double check whether it is bullshitting or not. But I think AI might be able to help you, you know, ask certain questions, right? Because going through tutorials or even like books about coding, I always had a lot of questions, and I didn't know who to ask these questions, and I was just typing in Google, and either someone asked the same question and got answered to, or there wasn't an answer to it, and I had to chase someone with a more experience than me to ask this question, right? And AI might be able to be a shortcut for that. Nextedowski says, AI is like a calculator. It will not replace programmers. Yeah, use AI for... And then he continues. Yeah, use AI for learning. AI will have infinite patience for you. Oh yeah, that's another benefit. You can ask it all the questions and it will not lose patience. Barbara says, right now it's a calculator, but in 4 years it may really replace coders, at least juniors and regulars. There might be room only for very experienced coders left. We'll see about that. That's a giant bet. I am leaning towards that it won't replace coders, really. It might be a great assisting tool, great autocomplete, great boilerplate code generator, right? We'll see. I'm leaning toward that side of things, that we won't do that to a degree. To a degree. It might replace much more of like automatic code generation and boilerplate code generation, but I'm not sure about more intricate parts of the job that require like creative thinking and abstractive thinking instead of like reusing templates that you already learned. But we'll see. Dexterovsky says it will not, because AI cannot think abstractly. Yeah, like right now AI is not good for abstract thinking, but what I think might be a great pairing is AI is able to process data faster than humans, so it might be a great pairing of like, hey, I need to generate this shitload of boilerplate code and I don't want to waste my time with it. Just generate this code for me and I will just look at this code, go line by line, tweak what I want to tweak, done, right? So in that sense, I think it might be helpful. What AI might replace, in my opinion, is part of some of the middle management jobs. Yeah. It is a hot topic, ain't it? AI. But for sure, San Kakarot TV, I would recommend also using like one of the AI agents to have like an assistant partner for learning code. But be aware, double check its answers. Because it sometimes might be wrong. As Mace Windu once said, not yet. Yeah, we'll see. Maybe we will have AGI. For once, I would love to have like AI assistant actually. That's what I would love to have. That would work properly. That could actually do shit that I don't want to do. I would want it way more than any like AI coding because that's what I want help with. Sankakarot TV says, that's cool, I appreciate the advice. No problem, ask anything you want. Like, we will try to answer you or have a nice discussion around it, and then, you know, you can take whichever position any of people here are taking, right? And I forgot one of your messages when you answered about your mains in Marvel Rivals. My top 2 are Doctor Strange and Iron Fist. Nice, nice. What? My main, I don't know if I could say that I had a main because I didn't play that much, but I really liked Invisible Woman as a support, and for damage I think I was using Scarlet Witch, but she was OP. Like, she was like, it didn't require any skill of me to play her. Did they balance her? Dexterovsky asks, what will arrive faster? Optimize Unreal Engine 5 or AI which thinks abstractly? You're killing me. Sankakarot TV says, Invisible Woman is really good. Scarlet, yeah, she's still on top. Yeah, so they still make her like almost autoplay. Okay, okay. Okay, okay. Alright, so what I thought might be a shit prototype, actually, if I add bells and whistles to the glass breaking and like with chaos physics, might be actually a cool visual. So player might be like, oh shit, that was awesome, let me like get another one, right? So I should probably like put it into like a packed level, all of this shit as well. And oh my god, now that's driving my patience. I'm a regularly patient person, so I have regular amounts of it. And selecting all of this shit is not one of those things that I'm patient for. Especially as all those outlines are kind of fucking me up. And I think I haven't selected the one in here, like... No, I did. I haven't selected this one and this one and this one. I'm not sure. Fuck, did I select everything? I have no idea. Let's move it. No, I haven't. I have 2 to select more. Fuck. I kinda hate it. Sankakarot TV asks, what platforms are you live on? You mean like when it comes to talking, etc.? I am on Discord, and let me drop a link to it quickly. But the thing about me is I'm not too spammy because I don't, my time budget is like super low. Like, I have a partner, my partner has a kid, so I have a stepson, etc. And there's like all of regular life surrounding around it and a job, etc. So I don't have that much time, you know, to be online. But whenever I have a time, you know, to like sit down on my phone and answer messages, I am there. But you just have to be a little bit more patient with me. And this is my Discord. You know, like, you can drop in, ask any question. I will try to answer with the best of my abilities. Or someone else in the community will answer you. That is also, you know, like something that can happen. But just be patient with me. Barabbas says unoptimized Unreal Engine 6. That's the answer of what will come first. And Barabbas continues, I think he means the streaming. So Ado is on Twitch and YouTube live right now. Ah, yeah. If you're asking about streaming, then yes, Twitch and YouTube. I'm not on anything else. And oh my god. I think, you know what would be easier? Creating this from scratch and packing it into a level instance. Especially as those outlines don't make it easier to like select additional stuff. Did I selected everything? No. I didn't select the tab? What the fuck? I thought I did. Alright, I cannot even see the tab correctly. Okay, I think I see it right now. Selecting things like that is a bitch. For sure. And fuck those two that I omitted. Fuck it. Level, create a pack level actor. Okay, and it's vine cage glass that we will be using for now, but and yeah, whatever. What the hell happened in here? I'm going crazy. What the hell? I did the exact same thing before. I might have misclicked something. Fuck it. I will just create like a quick blueprint in a second. Fuck it. Sanka Kurt says, oh, cool. I see the comments on top right of stream, but not from Twitch. I'm streaming on 2 platforms. I have like embedded in like some shitty restream chat that tries to combine both of those. I know that there's like the better way of doing it. I forgot the name of the platform that you can do it better combined chat with it, but I unfortunately didn't have time to like investigate it fully. Like, believe me, finding 1 hour of free time to do stuff is a challenge for other things, and you know. But one day I will sit down, you know, try to make it more pretty. So it will combine it better, so it will be easier for, you know, cross-platform talk between y'all. Dexterovsky says, I very appreciate you are still looking onto this Discord and you are providing answers. Thank you, bro. I'm really trying to, you know, answer whenever I can. Like, whenever I have, like, 5, 10, 15, 20 minutes of time that I'm able to, you know, get on the phone and get to answering and have a discussion with y'all, I am doing that. Because I appreciate you here chatting with me, giving all the motivation and exchange of information that happens here. You're teaching me a lot of stuff, and I hope I'm providing some information for you. So, you know, I love that back and forth. That's what it's all about. And okay, I really need to have a small break or I will piss myself. So I'll be back in like I'll be back in a couple of minutes. I need to take like a quick little snack as well. So I'll be back and quickly we'll build this blueprint and we will go further with like setting up all those puzzles. So yeah, see you in a couple of minutes. Alright, I'm back. I ate something. Got a little snack going on. And I'm back and ready to fail some more. Okay, so because I'm getting annoyed with those level actors, etc. Like, what the fuck is this? That's not what I created. To hell with that. Let me quickly create this blueprint. Yeah, force delete. I don't need a reference even in history for that shit. Yeah, but that's the way I will be communicating to the player that, hey, here's the star, it is behind glass, you won't be able to get it, you need to burn the whole thing down, then the vine will delete itself, etc. So, as far as using the sequencing and level design as a tool to further my toys in the toy box, it's proving its case. Like, immediately, I didn't even get very far, as you can see, in the level design of all this shit. And immediately I hit the roadblock of like, how do I communicate this to a player? I don't have such a way of communication. Let me create that, right? And this is something that if I will be making another game or will be making other mechanics in the game, immediately I'll be asking myself this question, right? Because I just learned from that shit. So using level design as a tool to learn about regular game design works for me. But if it was like a day job in business, they would just fire me. For using the level design as a discovery tool for game design. That would be like, so you're wasting our money. Okay. We'll see on evaluation. Okay, so blueprints. With this vines related, I should say. Should I start implementing collections soon? Yeah, probably. Yeah, so it is vines related. It will be an actor that contains other child actors. Oh my god, there's one thing that kinda annoys me about Unreal, and I've been talking with some of my programmer friends about it a lot. That right now, Unreal doesn't have a great composition flow, right? If you're combining meshes together, you can do it via blueprint, via level instance, right? But if you kind of want to create a composition between a couple of actors that has some logic to it, couple of meshes, couple of dynamic things, and maybe like a Niagara effect and something, you can also do it either via level instance, which is not super friendly because you might want to script something for that whole thing, right? Or you need to use the blueprint that spawns blueprint actors, but everyone and their mother are screaming that blueprint actors are evil, right? And there is some truth to it. Like if you have one child actor, yeah, okay. If you have two child actors, yeah, okay. And if this is a static blueprint, great. But if you have a child like a blueprint that have like 100 child actors and all of them are doing something dynamic and the blueprint itself doing something dynamic, it kills the performance, right? So it's like, how can I create like a composition of elements that some of them will be dynamic, some of them will be static, some of them will have logic, some of them will not have logic, some of the logic will have to be interconnected together. Right now people are hacking away, right? So that's something that I look forward in the future to be improved, and they kind of seem to do it with the scene graph that is implemented in Unreal Engine for Fortnite, that it will kind of be working as prefabs or something like this. I'm curious about that for the future. So we could have an easier time creating a composition of different static and dynamic elements and runtime elements, etc, etc. But for now, yes, for this dirty prototype, I will be creating a BP vine cage glass. I'll be creating a blueprint with child actors because I couldn't be bothered to do anything else, right? So let me put in like a star in here as a child actor that I will delete because I want the star to be child actor, and star, right? And where the fuck can I select? Yeah, here it is. And it will be like BP star target. Great. And why it's not showing? What the hell? Oh, because I was inside of it. Okay, okay. That's why it's not showing. Okay, now I need to... I hate this workflow. Child actor. Child it to... Of course, scene root, and it's like... No. Yeah, like, I don't really like this composition. Yeah, because I will be at... Why I don't want to make it just a pure level instance? Because I want to add logic to it. That if all the vines get deleted, that's where the glass will break, right? And with the level instance, I could probably hack it away with level blueprint, but it seems like an awful way of doing things. This is also an awful way of doing things, so yeah, I would love to be able to like have a better way of creating a composition between dynamic, static actors, etc, etc. But for now, yeah, let's add like a scene component maybe right now to create like a vine wall. How about that? Yeah, and we will be adding another child actor. I'm already hating this so much. And it will be BP vine line base. And let's compile so it will show up actually in here. And now I have to like build it quickly. Rebuild it the way I built it beforehand. And I cannot work with splines in the blueprint editor. It only works in the level editor. Can't say I'm too happy about that. Fuck it, I guess. I will have to work with scale. Sorry for something is weird with my throat today. And of course Alt, pressing Alt and star doesn't duplicate it immediately, so woo, I love that shit. You're just witnessing me hating on Unreal Engine a little bit, but that's usual in the lifetime of a dev. But even if they like technology, there are some elements to hate. Oh, I made way too many vines. Okay, now we have all of them. And I wish I could have them more closer to like the actual 0 point of it. Yeah, let me concentrate it on 0. Or maybe not. Yeah, let's maybe move it like... No. I'm trying to have a good pivot so it will be easier to edit. Yeah, maybe minus 180 was okay. Leksterovsky, it reminds me of a genius video called The Unreal Way. Oh yes, yes. Let's share that video. Let's share that video. I really recommend anyone The Unreal Way. I think it is that one, right? Yep. That's an amazing video. I recommend watching it. Yeah, it is an amazing video. Now I can take the whole vine wall and just duplicate it like a couple of times. Yeah, and I can have one vine wall here, another vine wall without nothing in it. That's great. I love that type of shit. Like, can't I just duplicate it with everything? I have to go like this. And will the attachments? No. Oh, I don't want to waste too much time with that shit. But I am wasting. I thought that if I have a scene component, with things parented to it, underneath it, I can just go like duplicate it and just move shit around like that. And nope, it doesn't work that way. If I just click duplicate on it, it will just duplicate this one scene component. If I will go like this, and I will create duplicate, it will create it, but without attaching, without keeping the hierarchy. Yeah, those are the moments where I'm kind of cursing myself. So fuck it, I just go like this and duplicate everything, and it won't even select all of the duplicated shit. And of course it will rearrange it in a weird freaking fashion, so I have to go like this and go like this, and I see that I took a little bit more, so I have to go like this. Maybe this will be the correct amount. Yes, this will be the correct amount. Great. Lexelski said, yep, it works the Unreal way. Yep. I wish there was one straightforward way of working with the composition, regardless if you're working in level and building a level or level instances or blueprints. Because right now it is slowing me down. But fuck it, I guess. What else I could do? Now duplicate it. I press duplicate it. I cannot. It is unworkable that way. Now I have to guess how many I have to select. Did I select all of them? No. It is kinda unworkable. And it deleted more than I selected. And undo doesn't work. It's beaten me. And the outline stopped working. And Dexterowski says, and you are not working on your prefab anymore. Yeah. Losing sanity. That's what game development sometimes is. I just really want to duplicate it, right? And we are ending with Vine 7. So once it will reorder everything, I can just take this and maybe create a new scene component. I have to do it like, what the fuck did it do? Okay, don't read. Why I cannot, I broke undo. Are you guys seeing this? I broke undo. I cannot undo anymore in the engine because duplicate component is in progress, and what even the fuck is happening anymore? Vine wall 2, I guess, and put everything in here before I lose my sanity. And now I can do that. Now I can grab that and go. No. Let's add scene component first. Woo! Woo! And let's add scene component again and Vine wall 3. And copy, duplicate that. And I will. And no, I no longer know what is what. But we ended with like Vine 7, so I think I can safely take those and move it to Vine wall 3. And can I work with this right now? Oh my god, it is so annoying. And I'm quite a regularly patient person, so you know it is bad when I'm getting annoyed. Unreal Way. And the fact that I cannot click duplicate, and it will duplicate it with having a hierarchy where it would work in modeling tool and level editing. Ooh, my god. Yes, now I have to once again add scene component, call it bind wall 4, duplicate all those, select everything that is not up to Vine 7, move it here. Now I can move this whole collection of things in here. Freaking great. And now I have to close all of that shit. Once again, select default scene root, add scene component, create Vine wall 5. Oh my fucking god. And now I have to go here. Click duplicate this way because Control D stopped working for some reason. And I have to go like that and select those that were hidden in here. And now I have to move them to Vine wall 5. And now I have something that I can do something with. I can move it here. I can rotate it. I can move it here. And I can change the scale a little bit. And I'm not even sure if it will work. That's the worst part of it. And yeah, that's great. And actually I should change the scale of... And another bad part is, like, right now I'm not... Because I named it stupidly instead of like Vine wall left, right, bottom, top, and back. I named it 1 through 5, and I don't know which collection is which, so each time I have to move it. So maybe let's rename that. Did I fuck up F2? No, I did not. So like Vine wall top. Oh, you bitch. And this is like right. And undo doesn't work, so I have to go like, ooh, I'm losing my patience. Vine wall right. I need to rename all of this shit because why not? This is like, I have to rename Vine wall back. This one is Vine wall bottom. The Unreal Way, guys. And this one is the left one. And Control Z stopped working, so I will have to restart editor at some point. Vine wall left. And why I did it? Because I want to take a Vine wall, and it will for sure break. Vine wall right and Vine wall left, both of those, and I want to stretch them on a scale. Epic. God damn. And undo doesn't work. What the hell just happened? Wee. So I just want to extend it in the X. Thank you for and that, and like 1.25. No, fuck it. I'm not touching that. Compile it. Turn off the whole editor. Don't care. Make writable. Don't care. Let me restart this shit. Because it's chaos. Pure chaos up in there. Up in here. Dexterovsky says, now I'm trying to figure out scaling 3D widget to fit the viewport. It turns out what I have to do is only to adjust the width of the resolution because height is automatically adjusted. Why? What the fuck? What the fuck indeed? Why height is adjusted by engine and width is not? Because fuck it, I guess that's the reason. Scaling 3D widget to fit the viewport. I have no idea. I don't have a question. It is weird. I would expect that it either would automatically adjust both height and width, or it would allow you to do both manually, not just one. I'm not really sure. Okay. Let's get back to... Actually, I don't even need to turn on the level. I just need to turn on the blueprint asset. Ooh, okay, now I'm able to work with it. Shit. Yeah, like right now, what I should be thinking about level design, and right now I'm thinking like, how else I could build this blueprint so I won't have to do it again. Like, what can I do with it to make it work a little bit better? Should I have turned it into level instance, and that's how I should have? But you saw what happened when I did that. Something got fucked. Okay, whatever. Let's add a cube in here. Let's move it like in here. Let's resize it like that. Like that. Let's put it in here. MI statue. Glass. It was edge fade. Yeah. Now we have material instance. That's great. Yeah. And I'm done with that. I hope that it will work. Recent levels, sequence R&D. And let's delete the stars. This star. And let's put a vine. Looks awful. But at least I can work with that, I hope. And now let me add just like a vine spline base. And here once again, this one is a little bit more adjustable, I guess. Need to like properly make it collide. And let's just extend it. Let's create this bed for flame propagation. I wasted 30 minutes for working with that shit. Let's see if it paid off. Lexilowski says, I assume you will, and me as well, need some prefab plugin. I'm pretty sure that somebody made it a lot of better than Epic. I think there was like a prefab plugin and in 2018 or so, on 19. And I talked with a friend who kind of played around with it, but or something akin to prefab, but there were like a couple of caveats that it wasn't working on multiplayer or something like this, which made it not workable, right? But yeah, there is a need for like a better composition. I'm looking forward to the scene graph, that they will bring it from Unreal Editor for Fortnite sooner rather than later, because it seems awesome. Let me quickly show you what I mean. There was like a video about that. Let me quickly find it. I think it was that one. Yeah, there's this video in Prague. Yeah, they previewed the scene graph in Prague, and it seems like the way to go. I hope it will get here soon. Of course, there will be like problems with it, etc. But I hope it will get soon. Let me share it here. a link, and in Discord as a link. So it won't get lost for the future. And yeah. Lekserowski says, I don't know how your flame propagation works, but I am afraid that it will not work in the way you set it up. It is possible that it might not work and I will be angry, but, you know, we'll see. Actually, it kind of worked out. And now I can collect this star. Of course, chaos is all kinds of fucked up when it broke apart. But yeah, I need to work on that. I need to figure out the way to do this vine cage in a different way because I don't like the way it looked. I also want glass to break, and the way it is set up right now will basically mean that it will just... I won't have any healthy way of managing how it works and looks, etc. So I need to figure this out as like a whole feature of propagation. That okay, I have a regular frame propagation along the spine, and I thought maybe I could just reuse the spine as an element, but I guess I have to add like flame burning shit down to any object. That I will just assign a specific material to it, add like a health component or something to it, and if it starts burning, it will just die on its own, and I will have more of a steering way. I have a way to steer this shit. Yeah, there's like something there. Lekserowski, how are you fracturing your chaos object? I don't remember because it's been, I think I did it in like last year, so I have no idea. I don't remember. We can take a quick pick. Yeah, I forgot that I did it this way. So I cannot even take a peek into the star. We can take a peek here. I might have not did it the best way. I enabled no collision. I'm spawning some field system. Start target. Whatever the hell that is. And that's it. So I'm sure that is bad. What is this field system? What the... I couldn't have done this myself, right? It has to be a copy of something else. Yeah, I don't remember too much about it, but I will revisit the topic of destruction and fracturing for sure. At some point. Lekserowski says, yeah, that's how I set up my flame propagation. It is based on this material. Yeah, I remember. Yeah, I mean, in general, the flame will propagate, in my case, also only on things that have specific fizz material, right? It's just that I have two ways of propagating flame. One is like it falls on this spline vine, so it will propagate along the spline. And like on a regular ass surface, when it will drop on a surface and will start, spawning like those cartoony flames in 4 directions of the world, and it will start covering more and more area, right? And I need to add another form of like a surface, I guess. It will have the same physics material, but instead of like, hey, it is going along the spline, or hey, it is spawning other flames like to go around, more like, hey, I am an object that will just burn down, right? Something like this. Lekserowski says, I noticed that mine chaos destruction objects was messing up like yours because of continuous applied force field. Our forces was way too high. Oh, that's good to know. Let me save that note because yeah, because I will for sure be, going about it, and you might be right, and it might be just a quick tweak or something. Okay. What if let me try this again, because I cannot believe how fucked up that was. That create level instant. Let me try to recreate the level instance. I called it like vine flame propagation. Bad? How bad it worked the last time. Okay, now it is as a singular thing. That's great. But still, that flow is kind of messed up because I might want to edit spline points individually for each one of those. And in order to do this, I have to go into the level instance, edit it, but then I will edit every instance of it. So the workflow is kind of fucked up. I need to figure that shit as well, right? Okay, so I have this cage, and I don't think I will be ever using this regular cage. I will always be using the cage with the glass that I will at some point add breaking to it. So I might delete this from a level. Okay, so as I assumed, none of that shit will actually be. It is a nice roadmap, but yeah, it's just a roadmap. So I had flame propagation here, quick start to obtain in here. Maybe I should add one of those quick stars in all of those islands, so it is like a quick win, and it also like reiterates for the player that yeah, this is like the simplest way to obtain this shit. Learn how does it look, learn how it works, etc. So on the close distance, far distance, etc, etc. Yeah, and I would want to save this as a prefab and just place it here instead of like working in that way. Yeah. Although there are problems sometimes with prefabs. I remember back in my student day in university, you can shoot yourself in the foot with prefabs. But hey, at least you can have them. Here you have like 4 workflows to create composition for such objects, and none of it is ideal. Right, so yeah. I have something like that. That should like immediately create a feedback for the player that hey, this is something that you need to do. So it's like super easy, and the player should probably understand that hey, this will be the thing. It's faster than just going down with the gravity. And I'm collecting this star. Yeah, I need to create like a proper vine cage. And for some reason, my guy cannot move fast going forward. And I didn't change anything about movement, so okay, I have some bug after teleportation. In theory, I could, if I'm a master, I could just like try to aim for it from that location. Or I can, you know, just make my life easier and go like that. I already learned that this is that I will get stars. Yeah, like as a quick win, it seems like a no-brainer that I should set up a couple of those, right? Yeah, all right. So it seems like a quick win to have like those 4. And I have propellers, and I have like I got an idea. Maybe for the furthest one. Like I could set it up in such way that, let me quickly draw it, because I just got a quick inspiration for that. That one of the ways to challenge the player is like there will be like 1 rotatable propeller inside of it, 4 like bubble spawners, right? Oh. 4 like bubble spawners in here, right? And vines like going from somewhere, right? Or like, I don't know, vines intersecting somewhere, etc., etc. And you gotta rotate the propeller to a correct goddamn, but it's more like a guessing game. I'm not sure. But yeah, something like this that you can rotate like your propeller and that way unlock a couple of other stars, unlock doors to something, etc. Something along those lines, right? Dexterovsky says, and when it comes to drawing, you can take a look into Leonardo software for Windows. It's not free, but one-time payment, like $15 if I remember correctly. It has infinite canvas. Huh. Drawing. Let's see. Leonardo drawing. Is it that one? Leonardo Beta. The best drawing and painting app for Windows. Works for sketching, drawing, painting. Swift workflow, blazing speed. Perspective tools, infinite canvas. Oh. So kind of like a pure ref, but for drawing. And perspective tools, etc. Built for tablet, built for the world. I'm interested. Thank you, Dexterovsky, for that. I'm for sure. And for anyone who's also like searching for it, like, let me share the link. Yeah, I will look into this. It seems like paint with like infinite canvas and everything. Yeah, looks good. Looks good, thank you. I was thinking about like looking into something, etc. for drawing, but it was supposed to be in the future, but you kinda, I think, delivered the answer immediately. Okay, nice. So, I'm thinking of like, on that island, the player should already be kinda... yeah, but then I'm breaking the way I wanted it to do. We're hitting one open area when we have like a couple of far and super far burnable things up immediately with vines, and then like have some sort of more burning quests, let's say, or areas. So maybe this will be this area that you probably already know propellers, you probably already know with propellers, and that you can rotate it, and that you need to work with bubbles. So let's build that shit. Dexterovsky says that Leonardo software drawing, it has software for drawing, it has 15-day trial. Ah, okay, okay. Okay, good to know. I need to plan ahead where I would want to check the trial. Because if I buy it today, there's a chance that I won't be able to sit down to it to try it out in a 15 days. So I have to really manage it. But okay, maybe let's build like... yeah, first of all, let's... put it like here. And... oh my god, which propeller is the correct one? I think that one might be the correct one, right? Wait, what? What do you mean outside of the bound of levels? What? Do I need to build this as a open world level? What? Really? But I barely have anything in this level. I have no idea what it is asking me. Oh. Okay, so I have like the propeller right in here, right? And I probably need to make the rotator cube a little bit bigger. Like, how about 75? Okay, let me get back to it. And maybe even one. Like, I want to make it a little bit bigger. And like here, so it can be actually seen from here and hittable. Actually, I should make just the whole freaking propeller bigger, not just the small ass shit. So yeah, how about we take the whole propeller and make it 2 times bigger? Maybe even 3 times bigger, right? So it will actually be visible from here. Yeah, okay, we have it, right? And now let's have like 4. Yeah, so this will be like the culmination point. That this is like the final quest. Like, you have a propeller, and when it comes to like puzzle with the propeller and pushing the air bubbles, right? And I'm not sure if it will be cool yet, but the idea is, yes, I have fire water spawn bubble. Let's spawn it here. And also let's make it like 3 times bigger. Yeah. The idea is that this should prove like your mastery with that gameplay mechanic. That you're able to work with that propeller. Have 4 propellers, like a crossroads of different vines, and you need to unlock specific shit to collect the star, right? I'm not sure if it will be a cool idea. We'll see. My money is that probably won't, and I will have to iterate on that. But we'll see. Right, so right now each shot into this thing should, into the rotating cube, should, you know, rotate the whole propeller 90 degrees, so we are able to push the fire bubbles in different directions, right? And we should unlock our we should unlock our star. And what I right now am thinking of is, let me grab this thing, because I want to have it as far distance puzzle, not super far, which I don't remember what was the range for my far. Range was 75 meters. Okay, so I know the range of shooting. Let me get back to sequencing. So the stars to collect should be, you know, going from the edge of this thing, like, let's say from here, should be in a radius of 75 meters. I wonder if I can just, like, instead of like measurement or anything like this, if I could just create like a quick torus that would be 75 meters of radius. That would be awesome. Major radius 75 times 100, and that minus, I don't know, 100. That is a little bit too big. for my taste. No. That was stupid of me. And I fucked up my undo. No. Okay, it can be a disc. Fuck it. It can be a disc. Radius of 75 meters. And yeah. Just do that. And right now I have like a measurement mesh that I could place, you know, things in the 75-meter radius grid, right? Torus would be a way better right now thinking about it. So okay, so Torus. Oh yeah, something like that. But it's still like a little bit chunky, right? Yeah, but I can, you know, adjust it in a second. What if I make it like even... Oh yeah, that's exactly what I wanted. And no, I want this to be in the current folder, and I want this to be in maps and sequence R&D meshes. Actually, no, I want this to be in like, not even blueprints. It's, I don't know how to call it. Tools? Yeah, and tools. I want to have it in here. And it will be renamed in a second. SM far distance circle, right? And let me turn off any collisions on that. Because actually on this mesh I don't want to have collisions, because what I'm doing right now, I created like a small torus that will act as an instant measurement tool for hey, I want to place things in a 75-meter radius, which is my far range of challenge, and just place it, and that way I have a way easier time to like placing things on level that are supposed to challenge the player on a far distance. And I will do the exact same torus for super far range, middle range, and close range, right? So I could just drop it, place things, delete it, right? Or it can have block all, etc. Doesn't matter. I just don't want it to be visible in game. Like, can I turn that on? Like, game? No, it's in the spawned actor. Okay, so fuck it. So now I can just quickly create like a blueprint. BP distance radius torus. Yeah, and I can just quickly, it is like a base class for it, right? And I will just add static mesh to it, right? And it's like torus. And now let's, just for the second shit and giggles, put it in here, right? Let's quickly game. Hidden in game, right? So it will never be visible after pressing play. Let's add some color to it. Do I have like red? I have red. Yeah, I have red. So let's take it and yeah, and let's save it as BP far range torus. Great. Why am I doing it like as a base class? Well, because I just wanted to have always this static mesh always hidden. I might add some additional development functionality to it. I'm not sure yet. But the idea is that I won't have to like each time after I'm dropping this actor into the level, click through things or select proper mesh, there will be like 3 blueprints like that. Far range storage, close range storage, mid range storage, and each one of them will have appropriate circle, and I could just be doing shit like that. I can just take far range storage, just drop it. Right, and now I know what is my far range if standing at the edge of the platform, right? Or I'm not in the edge of the platform. And you see, like immediately I see like, okay, I have one problem with it. I don't have a center point. So let me quickly open up the base class. Add like a center point. It can be cube, like center point. Give it like a scale of 3, so it will be actually visible, or maybe like 6 even. And also paint it just red, the just red material. Right, great. Now I actually have like a, or should have, and why does my, because I didn't create a child blueprint, because I'm a dumbass. Wait a second, I just duplicated it like a dumbass. Don't make that mistake. Yes, I need to delete this. Yep. Create child blueprint, BP distance, far distance radius torus. Great, save it. Now I can drop it, and now I have a center point, right? So like center point is here. Okay, let me drop it so it is more on that level, right? So this is like a far range, but seems cool. As a final challenge, it seems like not that far to shoot at. Tokiyami Hajime is here. Hi, Shinra Tensei. Shinra. Hi, how are you doing? How are you doing? I might need to create like immediately the far range. Yeah, let's just go ahead with it and create tools. Yeah, so from what today's lesson I could quickly gather is when it comes to level design, I lacked some measurements and I lacked like a general knowledge of that shit, which I kinda expected to happen, that the first go at it will be quite brutal and slower than I hoped for, but hey, fuck it. And let's not select anything. Let's create this torus with the exact same, almost exact same measurement, because right now I want 150 meters. This is the torus I want. What is my current folder? It's correct. And let's accept that. Let's change the name to it. SM super far distance circle. I have that. How React 002 is here. Oppa AI. How are you, my friend? How are you doing? I'm quite fine. Learning level design and learning how much I don't know about this and how much I don't have tools to properly set up my challenges in the game that I'm working on here. Sorry. So, yeah. I'm having fun learning. And also a little bit annoyed at certain Unreal Engine intricacies. But I'm enjoying myself. And how are you doing? How are you doing? How are you doing? And what are your interests? Are you interested in game development and Unreal Engine? let me turn. Yeah, might as well immediately like create new toruses, all the toruses that I need. And I forgot what were the measurements. Okay, no, don't create anything. Like I can delete that, but I already forgot. This way I also have a documentation, and I don't need to remember the exact measurement that I set it up for me. 30 and 15 meters for medium and close. 30 and 15. Okay. I can actually add those meshes here. Modeling tool. Torus. 30 meters. Right? And just accept it. SM. Mid distance circle. I can quickly delete that from the level. Torus. And 15 meters. This is my circle. Accept that. And let's change the name of it, so it will be SM closed distance circle. I should have named it Torus. I'm not consistent with naming convention. Battery name. Search for circle. Rename it to Torus. Apply. Thank you. And save all those assets. I can delete that from a level. And I can go back to selection mode and do this, and I click save on that. And now I can create a couple of more child blueprints. BP close distance radius torus. And I can create another child blueprint. BP mid distance radius torus, and save it. And super far. BP super far distance radius torus. And right now, thinking about that, I could also create like a quick tool, not right now because I don't want to waste more time with it, but I could also create like a quill editor tool where I would just right click and select this tool, and it will spawn one of those four depending on what I need, right? That's also a possibility. Sidereal Victor is here. Hi, how are you doing? And Sidereal Victor asks, how do you learn game development related stuff? I mean, the resources are so scarce. How do you research? Mostly by using Google, or lately I also been using like AI, ChatGPT or Gemini to ask for links, because you can scour through Google and go through 6 pages and won't find a good link. And when it comes to level design, let me drop those links because I know nothing about this. I'm a C++ programmer on the daily basis, right? So I know nothing about that. So I typed in Gemini, give me links to level design 101 resources, right? And it dropped me like 2 cool links. One of it is this, for example, from Epic itself. The longer I go talking, the higher my voice pitch gets. It's funny. And another link. So I'll be honest, lately I've been using Gemini more as a Google++, so it kind of compiles information for me. So that's how I was finding resources. Also, I joined the Unreal Source Reddit, where there are lots of subjects related topics, and I looked through that. So, and some of that, like for example, level design in here and game design, I kind of learned trial by fire way. Just trying something, not working out, trying again with a different approach, etc., etc. I agree, like there are more resources with programming or art stuff, but less about game design or level design or things like that. So I haven't figured out like resources part yet. Usually I'm just going through Google or asking AI if it could provide me like a base of links with like cool blog posts, etc. But whenever I am finding something, I'm always trying to like share it on the Discord, or whenever someone from the community is finding something, they like Dexterowski, for example, always shares with the Discord, right? So here's the Discord link to my streams, and yeah, every time I read like a cool article or something. Lately it hasn't happened because I haven't found great articles apart from those level designs, but yeah, I'm always trying to share some things there. But I really recommend like Unreal Source, Discord. Probably every game engine has some of Discord made by community of users, and they probably have lots of resources towards regular game development there as well. So yeah, I recommend those. So I guess finding good 101 resources connected to game development are hard, huh? Yeah, it is hard. I agree. I 100% agree. Okay, so now I know that, for example, my farm measurement might not be enough for like the final challenge. The way I'm trying to construct it in here is like, let's create the final challenge first and then breadcrumb our way to it by adding like an easier version of the challenges or with like slight twists in here and there. So yeah, let's try to drop like a that is super far. Of course I didn't click through those blueprints to properly select meshes for them. So it is like the close distance, so it should have close distance torus, right? Let me close that. Open up mid distance torus. It should have mid distance torus connected to it, right? And let me. And shortcut doesn't work. Great. And let me open super far. It should point to like a super far distance. Super far distance torus. Yeah. Okay, and now I can close that. Close that. I can definitely close that. Basically, I can close all of those. Yeah, let's quickly drop super far. Now we're talking. Now let's put it on the same level as these guys. So when we are standing on the edge of this is the maximum challenge I require of aiming for the player. Because I don't want this to be like a sniper challenge quest. So my cages should be placed on that radius, right? Blueprints, vines, vine cage, glass. Let's drop it. What the hell is going on in here? Oh, thank you. That was something weird. And let's say I only want to have like 3, right? Of those. So one will be like here. Right? Let's move one a little bit lower maybe. And drop it more like in here. Right, and let's maybe put one like way up. Nope. Whoa. Way up higher than that. Yeah, those are my cages. And now I need to drop like a... Wait. Ah, it's in the maps because it's... Okay, like those propagation... Flame propagation beds, right? And here, right? In some shape, way, or form. The same, let's drop in here. Yeah, it can be like that. And another one like right in here. And let's see. Yeah, all of these should burn. Are they even viewable from here? Like, okay, I can delete that quickly. And let's play from here. So I can see that those three are here. Now to set up this in such way that yeah, I can shoot them. Yeah, so I have to work out how do I want to set up the vine flame propagation in here. Yeah, because it's not like it's supposed to be super hard to follow. It's not to be like a super challenge. It should be more like, okay, right now here we know that you know how to work out burning any of those. We know how to, you know about vines and its flames propagation. You know about propellers. Let's put them all together so you can collect those 3 stars. And maybe add some slight variation to it. Yeah, like let's say for example, let's put like a one lonely vine in here and let's test it out. Vines. Like in here, so it would be like in a straight line across from here. Now I have to make, oh my god, now I have to connect it to here. I would love to have the tool where I could just take the spline line, point it towards here and it will auto construct it, and then I will just, you know, be selecting it, but fuck it. We can make it work, right? Or we can't. Can I have like a world space? The shape right now might be uninteresting and shit, but you know. Whoa, 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 whoa. We need to connect to this bed. Let's toggle to... Yeah, that's... Okay. Let's toggle to this kind of view. Oh shit, we strayed away from the light of Lord. Let's move it like here. And move it here and move that shit here. And it should be like a straight ahead, right? Yep. Now let's duplicate that vine shit. So it will be a little bit longer, right? And let's test it, shall we? I already know in what way I might try to make it a little bit harder. You will see in a second. A little bit more interesting. Okay, now I'm pushing it and I just need to like correctly time it. I need to make those bubbles fly way faster because right now it's just... And I'm shooting at the glass because, you know, glass doesn't break yet. But yeah, bubbles need to speed up a little bit. And what I'm thinking right now, I'm thinking that, yeah, just aligning that shit is not that hard. But what if I put my windows with button in here? Let's put it in here. Put it in here. Let's make it like 5 times bigger, right? Maybe even 8 times bigger, right? And let's make it block like a way for bubble to move. But let's take my trigger window, which is that shit. Let's put it like somewhere in here. So you need to time 2 things. You need to time when the bubble will come through, and that's basically it. So because right now, even if... And we got second bot on stream. It's been a long time since I saw 2 bots on stream on Twitch. So now it will like stop on those doors, or not, apparently. So there's a bug, because it should be like I'm hitting this and only now they can get through. Not super hard, but it's not supposed to be super hard. It's supposed to like combine 2 mechanics, one that you're already supposed to master by 3rd level. But I'm not sure if this is an exciting gameplay right now. Yeah, it's not that easy to put all of this shit in perspective of a level. Holy guacamole. First of all, like, I have a bug that the bubbles are able to go through, and I wonder why. Bubble baits. What are the collisions? What is the setup for the sphere collision? It has a collision preset bubble. It overlaps everything. Why the fuck did I set it up that way? I don't like that. Dexterowski says if it goes through, turn on CCD on collision of fireballs. Continuous collision detection. Yeah, the thing is I set it up to overlap, so you know. And I don't remember why I did it that way. But let's see. Preset. Bubble. It should be blocking on both static and world dynamic, I guess. Unless there was like a reason and I don't remember. Oh my god. Okay, and can I get there from like here? No, I have to go to those 3 islands. Okay. Dexterowski says, I wrote it before you checked it. Yeah, I have like some slight lag in here, I guess. Yeah, and now they should stop on this. And they don't. I want to know why. Yeah, I might need to turn on the color. Wait a second. Yeah, object responses should be like block on this. So there's another possibility. My double windows might have a bad collision setup. Viewport blocking window. No, it's block all dynamic. It's of the object type world dynamic, but world dynamic meets bubble. It should be a block. So yeah, let's turn on collision CCD, continuous collision detection. Let's see. Make writable. Yeah, I need to turn on the server at some point. Play from here. I should add like a debug, shoot with max charge. Okay, now it should like block. Nope, it just goes through. What the hell, man? Okay, I need to investigate. It detects that it is a double window. But what about... It doesn't detect any collision on it. Yet my arrow is intersecting with it. Now that's a... That is something. I think I might accidentally... Yeah, collision preset is bubble, which means it is a world dynamic, but it should be blocking on world static and should not be able to move, but I have the wind interaction that basically tries to constantly move the bubble in front, right? I don't do any sweep detection. Leksterovsky asks, how are you moving those things? Yeah, that's exactly valid question that I'm right now looking at. I never did any sweep detection. So, regardless of what kind of setup I had, it would always go through. Huh! Freaking funny. Dexterovsky says, okay, I was faster, but you didn't read. Oh, sorry. Sorry for that. Okay, now it should work. But now my bubbles are not moving at all. So I found a bug. Dexterovsky, fucking keyboard for $1 million. Yep. Alright. Dexterovsky says they are stuck in your propeller, making offset in spawning. Yeah, they are stuck in the bubble spawner. That's for sure. Let me edit it quickly. Open blueprint editor of actually the parent. And where is the spawn point? It is in here. So let me move it like here. And let's see. Yeah, I need to turn on my server and work with it. Okay. Now they are moving with the wind. Or they should be. Some of them were. Are they stuck with the wind actor collision? Like, what the hell? Like, what is here? It is like a box, but it's overlapping with everything. But it is world dynamic though, but it is overlapping with everything. So maybe I actually should have. I think I may went overboard with my collision settings. And it's not editor preferences, it's project preferences and collision and bubble, and maybe we should make it into overlap. Although I will have some dynamic elements that it should. Oh fuck, no. Leksterovsky, but for a long time I didn't know what the fuck sweep does mean in Unreal Engine. This is the clearest example for beginners to understand it. Ah, yes. Yes, doing a sweep test, which means basically we're testing if we can move or if something is blocking us. Like, that's the simplest explanation. Okay, that one is working. Okay, now I know the origin of my error. Because I set bubbles to have a default response of block when colliding with world dynamic. But my wind actor is dynamic. So what I need to do for the future, because we are near the end of the stream, I need to change my wind actor collision setup. So not to be world dynamic. None of other things are also applying to it. I need to add some new object type. Let me write it down. General stuff. And BP wind actor base. Add new object type for. Wait, is there volume? No. Or volume type of things. So it won't have world dynamic and block other things. Because the bubble should block on world dynamic stuff. And it is the wind actor base here that is the offending party. Alright. Not a lot of progress with the level design, but a lot of progress with learning about what type of stuff should I add to my toy box in order to make a level. And we didn't even move too much with this whole shit. It's funny because I could just teleport here instead of here. Huh. And I can just collect that star. And just jump from here, collect that star. And just go through here, right? And here is where I would also collect that easy star. And now I would have like a final challenge of like, hey, propeller, flame bubbles running around, flying around, and we need to unlock those stars, right? It feels like I should create a mesh that is similar to this BP Vine spline mesh, but it already contains like 6 or 7 so I wouldn't have to duplicate those things, right? 6 or 7 pieces stacked beside each other. Huh. Oh shit! And I killed myself. Okay. Lexterovsky says, that's also the reason you should start making actual levels early, because a lot of bugs will come out in actual gameplay. Yeah, that's true. Like, in the isolation of the prototype and couple of things surrounding it, you might not find everything. That's why I also wanted to use like this level design as a tool, not only to check if I have enough toys for making a sequence of events that could translate into a level, but also to find out all the missing links. And I have missing bugs, missing additional toys, missing features. One of them I added immediately, like those circles for measurement of what is my close distance, radius, etc. Oh, that's not what I wanted. I wanted this. Like, yeah, I can at any moment I can be like, okay, so this is the distance of shooting for far distance challenge, right? And it will work out for my game. Which is a hint, Dexterovsky, that for your measurement tool you could add like a mode where you type in the radius and you put it somewhere and it will start viewing that radius, right? That also could be cool. Because sometimes you just want to set up things in a specific radius and be done with it, right? That could be a cool thing. Okay. I guess that's it for today. My throat is completely fucked up and I don't know why. Probably from all the talking, but usually it's not that bad. I see you guys next week on Sunday, I guess. The first intro into level design wasn't a total failure because I took a lot in the terms of learning about possibility space, etc. And the other major thing I need to do is iterate and tweak catapult shot, my main form of movement, right? Because I need to know the measurements for that. So yeah, that was a blast talking with y'all today and hanging out together. And yeah, so I hope you guys have a great next week. And thank you for all the knowledge that you gave me. Nexterovsky says, thanks for the stream. I suppose we learned a lot of stuff today. Yeah, we learned a lot of stuff. We saw some of that Unreal Way today. Yeah, so without further ado, have a great next week. And see you on Sunday, I guess. Bye-bye.